Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Looking kind of sus. What's up, Just Do? Arctic Fox, Brina Bree, Jane Hammond, GTA, Martin Apollo. What's up, Martin? GNS only runs when Enzo's around. Well, you're about to be blessed with that then. Let's get them track shoes on then, GTA. Let's friggin' go.
Good morning. Good morning.
Everybody feeling? There he is. The man, the myth, the manager. What's up, buddy? How you feeling?
Feeling better. Feeling better. Don't like being without the market. That's for sure. I don't like being without the beautiful faces in the chat, and I do not like feeling the way that I did. So
Yeah, diarrhea
we're
can
gonna.
be tough, man. It can be tough, but you fought
See,
through
you're on
it.
that bullshit. You're on that bullshit this morning. No, no, there's nothing. I don't think that that's ever a problem that like anybody ever just goes and throws out there. But no, unfortunately, no. If it was, I would have
We're all
sent him a
adults
picture
here,
of it.
man.
No, I would have sent you a picture of it for sure. But good morning, good morning. We
Give me that
digress.
Sprog, Nick the Prima, Randy. What's up, Mr.
Sure.
Stogner? And a big
Good
shout
morning,
out
Mr.
to my man Lobo de Welfare. I think he's already out of here, but I know he stopped in, and I talked to a few of you guys yesterday in Discord, but the rest of yous, you know, we do this around here when one of our brothers is in need. We send positive vibes. He has a
Always.
good friend that's not doing well, but we will
Positive vibes your way, homie.
absolutely. Yeah, so that's it. That's interesting, Nick. We're gonna get into that. The GNS NFT. Yeah, I don't know. We got to dive into that. I just kind of came across that this morning.
Thank you. Brought to you by GTA. Throwing that as soon as it was posted.
Huta Morgan, Germ Corp. Good to see you, buddy. Good to see you. Hope everything's good in the over there in Wales. All right, so let me see if I can get to the bottom of this. So Jane's saying it's not so much the NFT, it's the shares it takes away from the shorts. So is the NFT being paid off in a dividend? Is it similar to the AMC 8 situation, just with a with an NFT instead?
Good question. I know absolutely nothing about it.
So the statement from Roger Hamilton was, today Genius Group announces $10 per share NFT digital coupon with dual listing at Upstream Exchange. This is the next step of GNS illegal trading task force against naked shorts, as well as to benefit the bona fide shareholders. Shareholder count date is the 28th of February. So $10 per share NFT digital coupon. So it is essentially the theory here that shorts would have to purchase one of those to like what makes this different than Ape?
Oh yeah, Daddy. Sorry, I it was just in the chat.
I mean, other than NFTs can't be shorted. I mean, we've seen Ape get immediately shorted when it came out. Look at Bed Bath & Beyond too, by the way.
Yeah, it's moving.
So is Ape. So is AMC. GME a little bit. AMC's up 6.5%. Ape's up 5.5%. Oh, they'll give you a $10 discount.
Hey, look, man. I see a date, and I just go, that's all you. CCL getting big. Yes, sir. Looking very, very strong over that 1150. Beautiful. Let's talk about Meta being up 20%. I want to put my entire computer out the back door. This is incredible. I've never wanted to throw my entire PC out of a window more in my life.
Yeah, well, I think they hit on three big things. But they hit on announcing the what is it, $60 billion share buyback?
Something like that.
Then they hit on
do a mic check.
Mic check.
You're messed up somewhere. Just a little crackly.
Of that.
You sound beautiful.
So they hit on the
share buyback,
and they hit on AI advancement for targeting ads to be more profitable, and seems like they slowed down on just throwing money into the metaverse, metaphorically speaking. So
yeah, I don't think that's gonna stop. Loki, I'm in the I'm right here, baby. I'm doing just fine. I appreciate the love.
both are crackly. Oh boy.
Oh Jesus, here we go.
Well, I may get I got winter weather. They're already talking about canceling school tomorrow here. Supposed to get down to like -15 with the wind chill.
I'm about to just cancel all audio in and out of the Western Seaboard.
I'm about to just take a mime class for a week and come back and just do the show like that.
There you go. I like it. I like how you just let a trade come to you sometimes. Look how sensual this is right now. SPY is taking off. Tesla's taking off to God knows where. Let's see if we can just hip check people. I would love to see AMC be able to just crawl until about 10 o'clock. Because if AMC can crawl, the SPY will take, I want to say SPY and Tesla come down a little bit at open off that like 414 area.
Oh wow!
And
Jay sleep down at Virginia Beach this morning. Well, I'll do you even one better. I seen a little video last night.
Audio just went crazy.
Yours is staticky. I don't know if mine is now.
We broke it. We absolutely broke it this time.
I don't know. I seen a video last night of our good friend, amazing Ron D.
I did too.
Doing snow angels out there in Texas last night.
Yeah, that man's looking for a cold.
Oh, that was fantastic. That made my day.
Yeah.
Ground covered with snow down there. Yeah, and stuff gets real when you guys get snow. Like, I don't even think we're worried about snow here. I think it's just the cold. So here you got to worry about, you got to cater to, I hate to say the lowest common denominator, but a lot of kids walk to school, and I see them every day, and it's kind of heartbreaking because a lot of them aren't necessarily dressed for the occasion. So, you know, when we get wind chills down at -10, -15, and even the kids that get bused, you know, they still have to wait outside for that bus. What I don't understand is they have these computers, they invest all this money so that they can do 2 days of school remote a year. They know that this cold front's coming in. They're talking about canceling school. Why don't you just set up remote learning? Why don't you just be preemptive? Like, we did it for 2 years over the flu, but we can't do it now over, something that's, is going to cause sickness and stuff.
That's true. I mean, I don't really have that problem. We have like hurricane dismissals and stuff like that. But I do see your point.
Let's go, Jane. Let's get into the green today. 100 shares of Tesla, 190.94. Let's go. Almost in the money again. I'd love to see it.
Your audio hates you today.
I'm just going to throw this thing out the window.
I was about to.
I'll be back in a second.
Is there? I would really like to. I've been looking at this area on the SPY. I was looking like from a 414 area. Morning, boys. Morning. I was trying to figure out where I would go if I was up here. I'm looking every bit of resistance. I think, what was I looking at earlier? I was looking at the first resistance being 413.26. Then second is 415.94. So I'm gonna look for 1594, 415.94, excuse me, and then I'm looking at maybe a 420. But if we get that loose, then I'll be looking to take possible calls, going to the upside on a couple different things, which is looking decently strong right now. But I would look for the market to kind of come back with a little bit of a whipsaw today. That's what's up. Loki, we will look at that. Very odd.
You hear me now?
Yes, sir.
What's up, Doctor?
I know. He's a very interesting man.
Grumpy old man. Good morning. Good morning.
Grumpy's already been yelling at me this morning.
Attaboy, Grumpy. ELYS. Elise acquires Engage IT Services SRL. Elise to issue 3 million and some odd shares valued at 1.08 million. Is that pounds, euros?
Probably pounds.
And they're flying on it. It was just about at $1.07, almost up 50%. Why is Bed Bath & Beyond moving so much?
Not a clue.
So they missed more than 28 million in interest payments on bonds, facing new challenges, heading for bankruptcy. So nothing but good news out of the BBBY camp.
Right.
General Motors, Netflix aim to boost electric vehicles in Super Bowl and popular streaming series. I like the one tweet last night. Somebody had tweeted the cost per commercial in a Super Bowl over the years, and the most recent for 30 seconds, I think, is $7 million. And Mr. Beast replied like, "Yeah, if you want to reach 100 million people for way less than 7 million, let me know." Which is true. It's funny that we kind of live in all reality. Who do you think would reach more people in a valuable way? A Super Bowl commercial or a Mr. Beast video?
Your audio's doing it again. Thank you, GTA, for throwing that up. Yeah, I'm just as confused. What kind of sugar do you put on coffee? Am I? I'm definitely putting crack on my coffee. Like, I don't know about you, dude, but that's the only way you wake up and trade. Sorry. Better get with it or get lost, Billy. You know? Netflix is doing what now? Very confused what Netflix is doing with them. I did see that a bunch of shit was going on in Uber. Yeah, 14,000 options or something like that. Yeah. AMC's looking like it's trying to hold. I don't like that. Very odd. Very weird. No, Randy, he is definitely not a bot. His audio just decided to give him a couple new tricks this morning. Do I sound okay as like just right now? Let me know how I sound whenever you guys get this. Oh. Oh yeah, just pull out the drive. Yo, Grumpy, you're on one. Always appreciate it. I'd like Spy to stay up here for a little bit longer. Give me a little pump. Give me a little scare in the morning. I'm Gucci. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Germ Corp, you're always looking. Just actually, this man like ceases to just amaze me every time I see him. I keep a little like picture right there by my bedroom. Guy's gorgeous, man. Him and Harley Knight, I got an affliction for. Affliction, fiction, something. I don't know. Randy Stogger, you might be on the Mount Rushmore as well, man. Getting better looking every single day. Randy might have wrote the book on it. I'm not gonna lie to you. What else we doing this morning? What else? BBY. Oh, Open was up like 20 pieces or something like that. Yeah, it's falling back to earth. But that thing looks like it's gonna be a solid. Hopefully, it'll hold that 259. If it doesn't, we might come back and fill that 240, 245. But I've been hearing things. MI needs to increase his. Okay. Appreciate that. 1457. 57. will tell him that whenever he gets back. AMC, just kind of come down here, sit there let's just kind of kick it today. Let's just kind of relax, just kind of like do the okie dokie right here. I'd even like you to come back into this little wedge and just load up, dude.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you extra, and apparently you need to increase your buffer length.
It's not the size of the buffer.
Right. That's
The
what I keep trying. Right. That's what I keep trying to tell him, but you know.
All right.
No, you sound good. You sound good.
It is.
Oh yeah, I hear that.
Okay.
We'll eventually reach $12 a share, but I don't know when. How about you let me know when, Randy? When are you feeling? Like, feeling like today? How about new? I'll take a wild and tantalus 2.5 years, but let's just get to like $3. Let's try to do that first. I mean, I'm definitely about it. I'm about it with my tits out right now. What says you, sir?
What says you? What says you?
I'm in there like swimwear, baby. I'm about to just go off with some options this morning. I think we're gonna go and take this 15 down to the 12. We're gonna ride probably 408s, 408 puts at open, maybe let's say probably tomorrow's, but we might get extra crazy, go 11s today or something like that, and just try to rip some red real quick out of the market. But we're gonna see where it goes. I like the sentiment of a Green Day, but I would be very, very careful with a couple of the what's his face has to still run his mouth, and isn't there initial job numbers or something like that just came out?
Yeah, and again, I think those came in lower than expected.
Yeah, something like that, Nick. Either those or the 411s, but I'm going to be playing them very, very quickly. From like if I can get this resistance off the 415.90 area, I'm gonna be taking that all day. If I can get I would like to use AMD as kind of a buffer here and try to figure out where this thing is gonna go if this decides to break up and start running. Back up to 9 or 86. I'd assume the market's long, but AMC is doing the exact opposite of what I wanted it to do. So we could definitely see a little push off open, get up over 650, and then kind of trickle. I could see that happening, but I would like to focus more on the overall markets here. I think those are going to be where more of the money is going to be more volatile. Maybe make a bigger swing. Yeah, initial jobs right there. That's not good. Is that good or is that no good? Because I would assume that like you would want that number to be closer to your expected target for any reason.
I mean, I don't know what they make. I mean, it's.
I think that's 12,000
unemployment, but it still goes against what JPow has to do, and he didn't really touch much on he didn't stress that we need higher unemployment. I didn't get that out of his talk. I watched it in reruns. So
did you said something that was kind of odd to me this morning, which was he didn't say, or he said that there was going to be more rates.
Yeah, he said additional hikes.
Additional hikes, okay.
But yet the market still is assuming one more hike and then they're going to stop. And Andrew Ross Sorkin, I told you he did the best analysis of it on CNBC this morning. He said it's basically JPow talks and the market puts their fingers in their ears and pretends like they don't hear him now. So
there you go.
But I've also heard people saying that we're going to see over the next coming weeks, going into the next FOMC, that is March. I'm not sure the exact date, 15, 16, somewhere around there. That we're going to see the Fed come out and try to talk the market down until then. So come out and, FUD things up.
There you go. They do that pretty well by themselves.
Josh Miggs, what's up, Josh?
What's up, Josh?
I don't know, Josh. I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't expect it. I don't think that we've hit the bottom yet. I don't see signs of a complete economic turnaround. But, I mean, just look at where we're at this year so far. And I agree, Nick. JPow didn't do enough to squash the market. I don't know. I think it was a definite overreaction to what he said with the market running. And like I said, I think the fact that he did what I thought was squash the idea of them lowering rates anytime this year. Now I don't know when, and now I thought these earnings would be telling, and we're halfway through. We had what 40-50% of the NASDAQ's already reported or reports this week. So we're midway through. We're not seeing many catastrophic earnings. Now maybe those come at the end of the second quarter, like Randy's kind of thought, when interest rates really start to affect business. Wouldn't even say he did that. Yeah. I don't know what his outlook is. I mean, he came off, I guess you would say he came off pretty dovish. And maybe Randy's saying this is the rip before the dip, play the next 6 to 8 weeks for the green slant. Yeah. Align Technology up 20% too. Right there with Meta, Alphabet up 5%, Amazon up 4%, Tesla up almost 4%. Oh, nice, Josh. Very nice. Very nice. How would you rate that? I haven't looked at I always get pop-ups and stuff about it. I never looked into their options learning program. Let me know what you think about it, bud. That was a smart way to do it too. Okay. That's a good take on that. And I guess I kind of did a little bit misinterpret that. Nick saying because JPow said the Fed will not deliberately pause or lower the rates and then continue increases later on, sort of implying once they stop, they're done, barring major inflationary setback. Yeah, and do you think that's what really stoked the market, Nick? Was his talk saying that we're now in a deflationary market? I've still yet to see proof of that. Housing market, I guess that's the one place that you can point to that prices have come down, and I guess you can say that rents come down by those standards. Other than that, I'm still not seeing price of any goods going down. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm buying the wrong goods. I'm sure there's goods out there that I just don't remember corporations. And at some point that conversation will have to be had, Nick, is our corporations taking advantage of this just blanket inflation? Is there a lot of price gouging out there? But the thing we got to take into consideration is it's not I don't know how he can say that we're in a deflationary kind of market when inflation is still increasing. We're still increasing 6% year over year. It's not like it's you know sure, it's better than 7%, but prices are still going up. Oh, okay. Took you a few tries. Definitely learned a few different strategies. Well, if you got any questions, you can always reach out to myself, reach out to Enzo.
Absolutely.
Always be more than willing to help.
Yes, sir. I'm about to
Randy's
be
saying
playing a
I don't
few
hold
right
off
now.
on the 0.5% rate hike until the third hike this year. Well, to see that's the thing, Randy. Like, it doesn't seem like there's any concern over more hikes past the next one. It seems like the market's still acting like it's going to be 25, 25, and then we're gonna let things cool down. When words matter, and I think him using the plural yesterday has to point to it. But yeah, so Josh, had I had a conversation when I was down at my sister's. I had to she had to get some gas work done, and of course, me being the dude that I am, I ended up shooting the breeze for an hour with the gas guy, and he was higher up because it's a secluded area. They don't have many employees, so he was a 20-year veteran, and he was talking about the cool ways just in New York, how they're getting gas so much cheaper because it was, you used to have to drill, and I know nothing about gas. This is just this guy telling me you used to have to drill, individual for each pocket. Now they can drill down, expand down there, and cutting costs. I mean, this guy was talking over my head, but it was nice. It was, and then I tried to give him $20, a $20 tip, and he wouldn't take it. Well, yeah, and that's the thing. So you have products like that, Germ Corp, that went from a and 10 seconds, guys. That went from a supply chain issue shortage to a supply chain glut, and now you have prices down because they can't move the stuff. There we go.
Ding, ding, ding.
They're on that track. Good luck, guys. Happy Thursday. Let's make it a successful day. All right, we got the Dow opening slightly green. So the Dow severely lagging now. You look at this. The NASDAQ opening up over 2%. The S&P opening up over 1%. And the Dow up just 0.1%. And let's not forget, this is just a correction, guys. As you look at how the NASDAQ got hit last year, the NASDAQ got hit the hardest, S&P next. The Dow was the front runner of the group. So this is basically like the baby tomato saying to the mama tomato, catch up.
I'm short on the SPY.
Short on the SPY. Well, the thing that I don't like about that, Josh, is
your audio.
I don't. What happened?
Your audio is doing it. Now everything's loud.
Better.
Yep. Perfect.
Back to what I was saying. Tiny boxes. What's up, Tiny? I apologize, guys. I don't know what this issue is, but I will get it figured out. What I didn't like, Josh, is share buybacks don't just enrich the executives. And the way that they phrase it, they say rich shareholders. Well, there's plenty of people that are invested in companies like ExxonMobil that aren't just rich people. There's plenty of 401ks. There's plenty of regular retail investors in there. So it's very misleading. And at the end of the day, that's their responsibility. that is, they're not beholden to save the world. ExxonMobil, if we're looking to ExxonMobil to solve all the climate crisis bullshit, all that, well, we're looking in the wrong place. Okay, so you bashing their fiduciary duties, which is to make money for the shareholder. It's just crap, is what it is. Upstart.
Oh my.
20.
My returns on my spies are up 100% already.
Nice. AMC cruising at 616 on AMC, Ape up at 284, 11% gains on Ape, 7% gains on AMC. GameStop up 2.5%, 2237. Bed Bath and Beyond, the rising from the dead. Good news that they didn't pay. They missed. They missed a $28 million interest payment. Let's go to the moon, baby.
You're my K2. Market is looking heavy. Give me that, Tesla. Come on in. Short Tesla. So far, we're up. We got into SPY 409 puts for 20 a piece. We got into Tesla right here for a 104 average on 177 and a half. And I got 404s. For the third for 31 apiece. And I also apparently got 411s at an average of 52. And here we go. Tesla, I'll take that rejection, please. AMC, you just sit there looking cute, okay? You just sit there and do the thing for daddy, okay? You just come on down and you just relax right here, okay? We're gonna have the SPY come down, hang out about 412 real quick. We're gonna rip some to the downside. Hey, AMD, I don't think that's the way you're thinking. Nah, that's probably not gonna work. Unless AMD gets real weird here and gets real high, and Tesla does, yeah, that doesn't make me feel good. That's not going the right way. SPY is just dipping though as it's happening. That's just killing the vibe right there. Oh, Tesla. Wait a minute. There's 27% on the 411s. We're up average of 20. We're up 28 apiece on the 409s. Tesla's getting smacked right quick. we're gonna actually take actually chilling. Because AMD's doing stupid. Just doing stupid shit right here. SPY's not having it. SPY might actually reject Tesla here. Doesn't want it. Okay. AMD, chill out. So my 409 puts are up. We were in at 20. They're at 30 right now. They're up 55%. Oh, I'm starting to actually think, do I go? I'm actually sticking with this. I'll hold those 409s. This doesn't seem right. Tesla can do whatever the hell it wants to, but the SPY, as soon as Tesla starts dropping, then SPY is going to be down here. I want to see what happens when we get to 412. But I want to get through these 413 area, and AMC's having a hard time going through VWAP here. I don't know what the hell the chips are doing. They're moving, but still having trouble breaking out on Tesla. Here, prediction for today, yeah, I just said about 15 of them. Just because I'm not gonna be an ass, we're gonna take this 25%. No, we're not. No, we're not. Sit the hell down. Come on, SPY. Drop. Don't double there. That's probably the worst thing in the world. Oh, this is going to be beautiful if it actually comes through. AMD, do not hold here. Tesla's going to go for the 190. And I'm going to just switch it in. Because these are SPY's trying to regain over VWAP here. And it's just coming right back into the 1449 and getting rejected. I just went short again on Tesla. 60 contract. So give me Tesla and give me AMD. So give me the two chip, the leader. I missed you more, Miss Robin. I missed you so much more. Come on down, Spy. Suck it. Doc, we appreciate that. Oh, that. Oh, Miss Tiny Boxes, we appreciate you very, very, very much. Hey, oh, okay, cool. Well, I appreciate you sending me $5 instead of ship. That's just a jab at GTA. You know, how dumb would it be if I did? You probably should. Just calling it like I see it, but not financial advice, of course. I'm looking fancy. Come on down. We're up 29% on those 411s. We got in for 52. Those are at 70 currently right now, looking spicy. We got some SQs coming off the bottom right here, looking beautiful. We are making money, honey. What's poppin', cuz? How's everything? Good morning, Blessed Auto.
Blessed Auto. Hopefully you can hear me.
He can hear you, because I can hear you. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. I ran downstairs. I was gonna throw this computer out the window, and
That's what's up.
instead went downstairs and banged on the drums for a minute and a half, and
There you go. And he ran. He ran so far. How far did you run?
I ran down to the basement.
Nice.
Yeah, the dogs didn't like the drums, but
Okay.
Milady, good morning, good morning. All right, what did I miss?
Me going short on the SPY again.
All right, SPY coming down, only up 0.75%. The Dow getting hammered. The Dow over 0.5% in the red. The Nasdaq still cooking, up 2.25%.
So now Tesla can come down while the SPY is trying to go over VWAP.
Appreciate you, low key. I don't think it's the I don't think it's the mic. I think it's something else. I appreciate you though, brother. That's just an awesome gesture. You're just an awesome dude, man. Appreciate the hell out of that. No, I will get this figured out, man. I apologize. It's totally on my end, but I'll get it figured out. Yes, he did. He did, Tiny. It was treacherous because the weather was so nice. It was so on the way down there, it sucked. We hit a straight blizzard for what would normally take us like about a 40-minute drive. Took about 2.5 hours in like driving 10 miles per hour in like the Star Wars type shit where snow's just you can't see nothing. But then it got warm. So the tubing hill that we were at, I didn't want to put people on blast, or I could have had a lot more footage because the hill goes down and then you come back up to like as a backstop, and that was just a sheet of ice. And I mean, it was extreme lining. Like the tubing was fine, the tubing was fun. That wasn't the extreme part. But walking in the line, watching people just fall on their faces, it was pretty amazing. Me and Nikki, we tag teamed it, so we kind of leaned on each other. He only fell once, but it was pretty incredible. You the man, Loki. You the man. Yeah, if that turns out to be the issue, I will definitely pull your card, brother. That a boy, Nick. Close those upstart contracts plus 90% in 15 minutes. Nice way to start the day. That's what I'm talking about, Nicky D.
Way to do it.
Love to see that. Yeah, we got over $9. Ape and AMC combined 616 on AMC, 290 on Ape. GameStop up at 2270. Bed Bath and Beyond cooling off a little bit, still up 14%.
Just gotta let it hit your lips right.
Just feels so good when it hits your lips. 2420 on Upstart.
You just got it's one of those things, man. Spy just can like come right back through instead of just taking off on me here. That would be great. Because Tesla's trying to get me to get my stapler, I have a feeling.
Oh, $22 call, $22 GME call from yesterday still stashed away. Okay. I see what you're doing over there. GNS.
Oh man, that's beautiful.
Up 677.
Come on down. Oh, Tesla, come chase the VWAP real quick for me, doll. Yes, sir. Don't even stop. Just don't even question it. You're looking fabulous. You're looking slimmer right now. I can see it in your breath. Oh my God, you're gorgeous back at like the 175 area. Let's go. Touch me. Are you good? Because I'm fancy right now. Meta is trying to hold VWAP. It's not doing a very good job. Tesla is...
Slow down, Ape. You're killing them. 295. Milady coming in with that big time super chat. Have a wonderful day, she says. Well, right back at you, milady.
Yes, ma'am.
Hope you are settling in down there. Enjoy the sunshine. I'll be thinking about you when it's -10 here tomorrow.
I'm looking at everything way too high right now, and we look like we might get some more red here on...
ELYS halted to the downside at 126. 126.
We're back up 20% on the SPY 411s again. We double dipped those. We double dipped the 409s. We got back in 24 a piece. They're at 28. We retouched the contracts up at this on Tesla, so now we have an average of 83. Those are currently 79. And then we bought a couple more 404s a couple days out. But Tesla trying to touch perfect right here doesn't make me feel good. I need Tesla to come back, and I need Meta to stop playing with VWAP. Like it's not even a negotiation. Like, I will pull this car over. Like, kind of want to YOLO some GNS here. I'd like to see Mara shit its pants in the middle of Banana Republics right now. Yeah, GME is looking solid though. I was just looking at it. It's over the $23 area. It could go about 23.80 on my charts, Nick. But what's beautiful right now is that everything is just kind of status quo, and I want to see VWAP just get taken from the SPY, Tesla, and watch the GME's cashing those $22 puts right or calls right now. Those are probably up at least 150. Be careful, Nick. SPY is coming back off VWAP here a little bit. SPY, don't you even think about holding these levels, I'm telling you. I will kiss your grandmother on her mouth.
The groundhog's bearish.
Good.
Yeah.
He needs to see a couple more weeks of winter, or Punxsutawney Phil can suck it.
According to a research paper, it found a correlation between the groundhog's predictions and the stock market.
Oh.
1928 and 2021, buy and hold returns were 2.8% higher around early spring rather than long winter predictions, according to a study from two dipshits at the University of Northumbria.
Right.
Oh, and also from Svetlana Fedorova from the Financial Research Institute of Russian Ministry of Finance. Hey,
yeah,
wait a minute. Why is Market Watch pushing Russia? Come on, Market Watch. You know better.
GME is moving. Trying to hold support right here, 220 or 2296. Excuse me. SPY's coming down a little bit here. We need to see it come down a little bit more. I would appreciate. Come on, Tesla. Touch me one time.
They also noted that 2022 fit the same pattern, and the groundhog saw its shadow, and then the S&P fell by 2.5% in 10 trading days and 3.8% in the 30
Let's
days.
do that. Let's do that right now. Let's do that right now. Huh? Bring her down.
You believe in Groundhog Day?
I'm believing in the 9-3, baby. I got my tits out. I'm jacked to the absolute tits.
All right.
I just clapped in my face. Oh, be careful with that Netflix. Where did you go?
So who do we have? Alphabet, Amazon, and Apple all after the bell?
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Neo's red. Oh, this is very, 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 my butt is clenched very tightly right now. I would like to see the SPY come back down and no question. Just write it off like a tax write-off. $767. Oh, yeah, you might want to get out. Anytime. Waiting for the GNS rip. Let's go for that.
What's up, Nod? 766% on your Palantir call. Nice. Nice. Well done, my friend.
Yeah, please make sure you're making your good decisions here, please. If you got green trades, please take them. Walk your ass to the just take your green trades. Like, get into another trade. How many times do we have green trades here daily? Like, okay, only inputs now. Well, hey, we're looking scrumptious right now, but AMC is doing exactly what we need. It's just having a little bit of hard time right here at the 619 area, but it's actually kind of a good thing that it's holding these levels while it's consolidating. I'd like to see the SPY come down quite a lot real quick. I don't know who that is, but Josh Miggs, I love you. I can't get enough of Josh Miggs. I need on GNS. I need this to start breaking and fondling me just right here. Break over about the $7 mark, and I'll take that because that'll go and give me a little bit of help. But if not, we're gonna be looking probably somewhere right 648 where we're at now, right? Yep, somewhere around here. Tesla, come on down. Yes, sir. The price is wrong, bitch. Price is wrong, Bobby. Nobody talks to Shooter like that.
Green jacket chair, Shooter's gonna choke.
And I'll see you in the parking lot. I like that guy. That the guy with the nail in his head.
You know that's the dude in GoldenEye, the video game.
Jaws.
Yeah. Tomorrow we get non-farm payrolls at 8:30. That's a that's a red impactor.
Very nice, very voluptuous. Can I get a oh yeah? Because we're going there. We're gonna go to the Reds. Oh yeah, buddy.
Also another rate decision. The Czech National Bank. I don't know how much that'll have an effect over here. We can ask Daniel Bullionaire about that. But yeah, that's at 8:30 tomorrow too. They got that.
Be careful. Go bye-byes. Yeah, Tesla, you're losing, babe, because SPY is shitting through that candle right there. It did not like that at all. Come on down.
Even DWAC broke out. Trumpy been talking major shit over there, Tiny. I've been seeing some of that stuff he's saying. Pretty wild. Pretty wild.
AMC's doing exactly what we need. Now, can I get like a 4? Let me get like a 411 before we get out of these. Have a little resistance at the 412 area. Let's just act like we're going to come to the 412.50 and let's just blow it out their ass at 410. You know what I mean? Let's just call it even. And then I can go on about my day because I think that 409 is easily exactly where they want to go. We got a max pain of 405 today, 404 tomorrow, 405 today, 401 tomorrow, and 404 or 406 for the Mondays. So if I am a betting man, they're gonna want to get this thing propped and ready to go south before they screw everybody and their brother trying to go short into like a 406 area. Who's burp? Who is doing that right now?
Doing what?
To dump it? Yeah, no, yeah, just absolutely dump the entire market right now. I'm with Nick. See, I can be bearish now because Nick said.
Interesting. I seen Homeboy said to sell the other day and then deleted his Twitter. I don't know if he's back on there.
Which one?
The real Michael Burry.
Oh yeah, he's a good guy.
The same day.
Kind of.
Yeah, I mean he's a strange bird.
Yeah, he's the drunk white girl at a party that like
I
ends up just
personally
like kind of.
like our I think Mr. Burry's nutsack. Our
Yeah, no,
community member
yeah,
is much better.
100%. I think he's got a more. I mean, he's got definitely a better personality trait. I think than Michael Burry himself. But either way, I mean, I'll take it or leave it. I like Mr. Nutsack though, preferably. You mean
Yeah,
Christian Bale?
that's who I see Michael Burry is. That's who he'll always be to me. I hate to even look at his real picture on Twitter. I wish he would just put a picture of Christian Bale playing him on there.
I'm
I can't tell if he does or he doesn't, Nick. I don't know what he knows. I mean he did. I mean he did call something out that I would like to think that if we were all involved in the market, if now was then, that's something that we may have seen, but obviously we're not pouring through you know the kind of crap that they were doing. Like you get what I'm saying, and I don't know if it was just that he just spotted that and has lived off of that. I don't know. Yeah, he always tweets and deletes them. I know. That's the thing. If you keep predicting a bunch of shit, if I came on here every day and predicted some shit, yeah, half
and
the
then
time
delete
I'm
it.
probably going to be right, even if I don't, know what I'm talking about. That's just the law of averages.
Well, thanks for making my job easy.
I don't know. Burry's got that he's got that Rain Man type. Like I don't know. And I only go by off of what Christian Bale played of him. Other than that, I don't know shit about the guy.
Tesla's giving a little bit more back here. So is the SPY.
That was a $40 billion buyback. I was wrong. I said 60 earlier on Meta. It's a $40 billion buyback.
Those original 409s that we got into for 20 a piece, we got out at 27. We got back in at 30, or excuse me, at 24. And now those are at 37 a piece, up 50% again. Those Teslas, we had an original, I couldn't even tell you, I want to say like 90 something. We averaged in lower, got in at 83, at an average in 83, and they're sitting at 94 now. 15. Everything we've picked today is green by 25 or more. And hit them several times. Tesla, give up. Don't make me hit you. That's going to be the first green candle of open market. Tesla, sit down. You don't want it. You ain't got the goods.
Not asking if anyone's still in Hellbiz. Hellbiz down just 0.25% right now, 24.2 cents on Hellbiz.
I was just actually looking at Mullen. What are your thoughts?
I'm bullish on Mullen now, 9% up. I think them and Centro are both going to try to make a run back to $1 and get in compliance. And I think with Mullen, I think what we need to see. So they made those announcements last week that the reverse split was approved, but that they wouldn't be doing a reverse split. Now they have the authority to do it tomorrow. You could wake up tomorrow and there could be one. You're going on their word. They said that they would revisit it in So they have to apply for the extension in May, I believe, April or May, which they should get. Then they're going to revisit it in June if they're still not in compliance. Possible reverse split in June if they want to stay in the Russell 2000. But there's still a chance that they might say, well, the hell with it. We don't need to be in there. We can wait. Then the possible reverse split would be in September. But I think from the statements when it got approved, to me, it says that they're trying to get there. Now you look at Centro. Centro was, let's see, how low did it get? Centro's 52-week low got down to 26 cents. 26 cents. So similar to Mullen with those lows. It's up, it hasn't got compliance yet, but it went from that 26 cents on December 21st to sitting at 78 cents now. So up roughly 200% in a month. I don't know. I have to think that Mullen's going to try. Now, if that's going to be done, the thing that I like with Mullen over Centro is I think you have more institutional ownership in Mullen. Will institutions, especially if they think we're on an upswing here, if we've hit the bottom? I'm not saying we have. I'm just saying if they feel that way, will they protect their investment by loading the boat and pushing this up to $1 to get into compliance? Who knows? 23 cents on Mullen. Beautiful, Josh. Beautiful. What I like about it, like I said, Josh, I think that they showed some confidence in getting into compliance naturally. And ironically, the same day that news came out, there had been, and I'm actually looking at one of them, I forget what the other one was, Easy Go. Easy Go was one, and we had another one that on the same day, all this happened in the same day. Two companies announced that they got back into compliance without having to do a reverse split. And we haven't seen that a lot in the last year. We've seen most compliance issues result in a reverse split. Very, very few have been able to just organically bring the stock back up. And I think Centro's doing it now, and I think we're going to see Mullen. I got to plead ignorance on that, Josh. I haven't dug into or kept up on the deliveries as much as I should. And what's weird is like my news thing, whatever my news thing is on my phone, it customizes it to whatever you look at. So I'm always getting stock market updates, and I get one a week that's like Mullen holders need to keep an eye on this date, blah, 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 blah. And then usually nothing happens. Okay, GTA loading the boat on GNS. Where are we at on GNS? 669. 669. I'll just say be careful. Like I said, I think this guy's the real deal, but who knows what and who people are. You know what I mean? I've seen every theory from this is being used as a distraction. This is being used as debating Adam Aaron into doing something stupid. I'm not saying that's the case by any means. Like I said, I think this Hamilton guy seems on the level. But again, you can issue dividends, you can do this, you can do that, and I'm hopeful, guys. I'm not trying to be just a dick here. Like I'm hopeful of it, but we played this game with the GME. We played this game with the AMC and the Ape. This is going to do it. And I can go on and on about scenarios that we're going to screw the shorts and things we're going to moon and this, that, and the other thing. So when it comes to expectations of follow through, I wouldn't get my hopes up too high on that. Now, that doesn't mean not to play these runners on the way up and not to be able to make some money off them. I'm not saying that by any means, but the end result, I'm hopeful, but I'm realistic at the same time. And I would think that any of you guys that have watched the stock market for the last 2 years would at least have that little bit of doubt about where it's going. Yeah, so you got the right mentality. You got the right mentality. And I think both of those companies in particular, Mullen and Centro, you have to look at them as long-term holds.
I just sold out of those 409s for 40 a piece. So we were in at 20, in for 20, out at 27, in for 24, out at 40.
Beautiful.
And I'm just sitting there kind of seeing where Tesla's going to go right here. I actually want to see.
And also, Josh, that was one of my concerns with Mullen, was trying to get too big too fast. I hope that's not the case, because they seem to keep finding funding for these different projects, but it could just be too big too quick. Jane riding that GNS boat. I like it, Jane. And at 545, beautiful. We're sitting at the Devil's Advocate right now, 666. Are you still holding both of them, Josh? BBIG and Tide? Another one I haven't really visited in a while. I'm still holding Tide, Josh. I was able to, the way that it worked out, and I don't have much Tide. My Tide is basically my profits from the BBIG. I ended up being able to get out with, I think I have not even a whole lot, like maybe 100 Tide. That was basically my profits when it was all said and done. Never sold any? Well, I think you gotta just roll with it then. I think if you've held it this long, I don't know. And if you've been averaging down, I mean, if I'm averaging down on something like that, Josh, the minute that it gets green, I'm getting rid of it. Or the minute that it gets to where I could take a comfortable loss. I mean, you got to think both of these will be in the same situation. Looking at a potential reverse split. BBIG, maybe not. Let's see. They were in compliance back in August. But it'll be an issue for both of them. D-Grade. What's up, D-Grade? Playing that Final Fantasy VII victory theme. Kieran's over here trying to have a touch. Enzo's ignoring him.
Oh, you want some? What's popping?
No, Kieran's looking for a touch.
What do you want? Silver Surfer. D-Grade.
Silver Surfer. I love it. What's up, brother? Mullen is a zero or hero kind of stock. Most of the employees there walk around singing "Living on a Prayer."
There you go.
Well, you know what happens when Tommy's got his 6-string and Hawk, Silver
Hey,
Surfer.
dude.
You know what I mean? Union's been on strike.
We're halfway there. We're halfway.
It's tough.
Right.
So tough. But in hindsight, you know what I mean? You got to hold on to what we got, you know?
You get workman's comp, you can find a slippery when wet sign.
Oh! Well played. Well played.
Yes, sir.
They used to have a song the
Oh,
kids would sing around my area, Silver Surfer, called Living on Welfare. It was rude. I mean, it was mean and everything, but it was funny. It was funny instead of living on a prayer.
they're gonna let me touch again.
Good job, Karen. Got a boy. Josh, you're getting there, brother. You're getting there. You're getting there. It's all about progress, brother. You know that in every
Yep,
aspect of life. Not everything's
absolutely.
gonna change overnight. That portfolio ain't gonna get green overnight, but
Oh no.
slow and steady. And I've seen it with people recently. We're seeing more and more people that average down on stocks and made smart plays, and seeing those start getting into the green. I mentioned Hills Bills yesterday. Centro, I think her average on Centro at some point. I don't want to misspeak, but I know it was above $5. Pretty high above that. She's in the green on Centro now. She's bought so many damn shares. She loves it, but it's great to see Caesar C with XELA making smart moves, bringing his average down to what, 20 cents now a share, I think you said. Caesar, beautiful. Is that what happened? We must have been taught. D grade must be behind when we were talking about Michael Burry's nutsack. And
Uh,
that's right? Or did you just mention nutsacks again?
no, no, just once.
Okay.
Only the finest of, though. You put some respect.
All right, 10-20 guys. The Dow still down 0.5%. Nasdaq still up 2.25. The S&P up 0.93% now. GTA, what are you at? You got in at a 6-cent average on XELA? XELA could definitely not be the next Tesla.
No.
And that is financial advice.
That is financial advice. I'll go down swinging with that.
You know, I let you guys have your fun with Sheeb and Tesla and Doge and Tesla.
It's not fun. Nobody's having fun with
but
that.
this is the thing: is there's an area of unknown with Sheeb or Doge that could do
Right.
something, even if it's a 0.0001% chance. I will sign over the deed to my life if XELA ever surpasses Tesla.
I'll sign my my father's father was a mechanic. I'll sign over my entire grandma fortune. I don't give a shit. There's no way. No, I think I would. Nope.
Oh, you're
I
sitting
would give
good, Josh. You're sitting good on there. Again, with something like this, Josh, where especially if you were holding it and you were, don't get greedy. 12.12 was Hills' original average. 68 cents now. $17 average on Palantir, down to $8.75. Beautiful. Way to not just settle on holding bags or just settle on selling for a loss, Hills.
No, being patient.
Convictions on them, and I know we've talked. I not financial advice, but I fully think that Centro will get back into compliance, and they're in kind of a league of their own. I like them moving forward. Palantir, I don't know as much about. Palantir, I get kind of mixed opinions on. I know my man Tennis doesn't like some of the management there, which that's stuff that could be changed, so what they're involved in is always going, being like kind of, I guess you would call them a defense contractor type company, obviously more technology based, but I don't see them being out of work anytime soon. Mullen just cracked that 39-cent mark, by the way. GME up over 23, 23.15. AMC moving back up, 6.17 on AMC. Hills, what's that other one that you're in? Redfin? RDFN? Whew. I'm sure you're looking at it, Hills, so I don't need to tell you it is up 15% today, $9.95. Now, I don't know. I know you had flipped it a couple times. I don't know what you're holding, but I remember you were flipping it down. Let's see. I want to say in the 350 to, I think you swung it maybe like 350 to the $5 mark. Yeah, but I don't think you're anywhere near alone. I don't think you're an oddity in that, Hills, as far as people's portfolios being done. And you know, some people were forced to sell some things at a loss. Some people were able to average down on stuff, but you stick with it. You didn't just raise the white flag. 303-ish. Yeah, I remember you playing it from like 3 to 5 on Redfin. Or no, you know what I'm thinking of, Hills? I'm not thinking of Redfin, but it was the same day. The one that I'm thinking of that you got in and out was the what was it? Taylor Swift makeup, or not Taylor Swift? Somebody else. Who was it, Enzo? You knew the chick.
No.
Yeah, you know who she is when you hear her name. Hills, you know who I'm talking about. The makeup thing that you
Rihanna?
played. I think that was like 3 to 5. No, it's somebody. I'm being stupid. It's somebody super famous. Like, I just can't think of her name. Birdie Hunter, what's up, Birdie? Foot, knee, foot. Can you do that, Enzo? Foot, knee, foot.
I'm sure, probably.
I love double checks better than the rest.
Nope. No, I already broke something out there.
D-grade, there's a couple states that'll do that for you. Go on up to California. They're currently accepting professional freeloaders. I seen the sign.
I saw the sign.
Maybe it was closed. No, it was you, Hills. It was definitely you. I can't think of the girl's name. Megan something or other, maybe. You definitely played it, because it was the same time that you played Redfin, so I can even tell you the time. It was right around here.
Meg the Stallion?
Around November-ish.
I have no idea who you're talking about.
I can't think of the girl's name. It might not have been makeup. It might have been like I said, it might have been like a clothing line or something, but it was there was somebody famous behind it. Wow, that's gonna drive me nuts.
No idea, dude. When's that news supposed to come out?
What news? No, not Jessica Simpson, but somebody kind of like that. Like, you're in the right area. You didn't keep it overnight, because I remember it ran a little bit more the next day and you had already been out of it. Not the Olsen twins, not the Kardashians, not the Lindsay Lohan. You guys are all on the right. Not Joel. Not Joel Osteen. It may have been Megan Fox. I feel like it was somebody like Megan Fox. I don't think it was Megan Fox. Wow. Jessica Alba. Oh,
Yeah,
she
she
makes
has honest.
diapers?
She has the Honest Baby Company.
Well, that just shows you how much brand name influence can have. I didn't know nothing about it except that there was a famous woman behind it. Jessica Alba. There you go. Yes, honest.
Yeah,
HON
she's got
HNST.
literally billions.
Whew. That's a relief. All right. Now on to the next completely irrelevant subject.
Right.
Upstart blasting. Where are you at, Upstart? So Upstart back through that $25 mark, 25.09 on Upstart, 24.5% gains. Gilbert Godfrey. Yeah, I think I was mistaken. That's where I got the price point from. Gilbert Godfrey, the late great one. Love that dude. Annoying, but Southern European countries are in trouble, can't pay their interest. Well, there's nothing to worry about, Birdie. I'll cite Bed Bath & Beyond. News comes out, Bed Bath & Beyond misses a $28 million interest payment. And the punishment, Birdie, was 17% gains. So, that being said, I would have to think that I'm So that's a bullish sentiment on Southern Europe. Just playing, Birdie. They probably are in trouble. Funny how that works. And so, Birdie, is this going to be a situation where once one falls, will they be contacting the same people about their warranties to maybe try to refinance?
Nice.
You know?
Yeah, that'd be appreciated.
I don't know how that works when it comes to countries actually paying, having had a month and a half experience at a debt collection agency, I am kind of qualified to talk about this, but the main thing is getting the money. Like, so when it comes with this, is there punishment or is it just restructuring? Because that's all. When a debt collector calls you, they want something. They're sure the ultimate goal would be for you to pay off the whole debt or whatever, but they also know that you can't get blood from a rock. Oh, okay, the Dutch. Okay, so you guys got this one covered, Birdie. Yeah, we're all good. We're all good. Kieran actually last night in Discord, Birdie was telling us about some of the what's goings ons in the Netherlands. Always love to hear that guy's perspective.
Very odd.
Well, you know what I love about Kieran is he's got amazing life experience. He's got amazing outreach into different cultures, with people that he knows in different areas and stuff like that. But he doesn't. He's still so open-minded about the way that he talks. Like, having a discussion with him is just, I learned so much shit, because he's not a everything is the way that I say, he's open for discussion. Same way Birdie Hunter is. Oh, you guys got a 1.5 trillion pension fund to pay for the Italian and Greek debts. Well, at the very least, Birdie Hunter, I'm sure you can expect Olive Garden and Pita Gourmet gift cards coming in your tax returns this year, so you're good. You're good. Yes, Doctor Whom. Another one that I haven't dug much into, but I'll ask you, Doctor Whom. Do you think that this is similar to what I just said about Birdie? Uh, is this a one-off, or is this a sign of things to come? Is this the first domino falling? Lebanon devaluing their currency 90%. 90%. So could you imagine if tomorrow morning you woke up and $10 was now worth $1?
No, thank you.
Yeah, Tiny, I'm still going to make a funny video. I got to do it one of these days, Enzo. I drive by this Ukrainian bank all the time, and I keep wanting to walk in there and ask, see if I can hold something on the low. What if they're cool about it? We might not even know. They might be some cool ass mofos. Like, I might be able to just walk into a Ukrainian bank and be like, yo, I need to hold a little something. And they're just,
I'm
might be like, sure, here you
short
go.
413s right now.
It's going to get worse. Yeah, that's kind of what I was expecting you to say. I don't think things like this are a one-off, but
I got 413s for today at 51.
What are your guys' thoughts on the proposed consumption tax as opposed to income tax? You guys think that's a good idea? You think that's something that could work? That is a great question. And, you know, I don't know. If $10 becomes $1, then how does that affect the price of weed on the street? No, it would probably be, I would imagine you're looking at 100 a gram. 2,400 in OZ at that point. Yeah. Or 24,000.
No, you can't
100?
base inflation off of pot.
No, but pot has to keep up with inflation or
Right,
deflate,
so,
whatever it is.
Lando, we missed you, homie.
What's up, Lando?
I'm here for a flat 35 across the board. Let's go. Marcus,
Yeah, I just gotta, you know, I gotta wonder how that's so. Yeah, I don't know enough about tax code to really anti-flat tax. Well, it wouldn't be a flat income tax, Nick. I believe what they're talking is they would eliminate income tax, and then you would pay just a consumption tax. But think about what kind, you know, now you're adding 35% onto everything. Which, I don't know, is that a good thing? How does it work out in the end? Again, I don't know. Seems like a bunch of hubbub, though. Seems like exactly what we thought was going to happen is going to happen for the next 2 years. It's going to be a bunch of just back and forths in the House and the Senate, and and just going to be sideshows.
So,
I think that's what it's more aimed at, Nick, and I think it's I think food is excluded. Yeah, like I said, I'm not sure the exact specifics of it.
glad when I got out, of a lot of things, but I just got touched on the spy for Those 411s.
Well, my thing too, Silver Surfer, is like I already pay if it, unless you're in a state that doesn't have sales tax, I already pay an 8% tax on everything, anyways. So save my income tax, add another 27. Again, I don't know if this is something that could work across the board. If this is something that needs to be done on a state by state basis. But it is crazy when you think about it. Okay, you go to work, they tax your paycheck, then you spend that tax, then you spend that paycheck, and you get taxed more on that stuff. And then if you want to resell that stuff, so I get my paycheck, it's got the taxes taken out. I go buy a pair of sneakers with it, I pay tax on them. I sell those said sneakers a year from now, then I have to pay tax on that on top of it. Just like a house, you pay taxes on it, then you keep paying taxes on it, and you keep paying taxes on it. And I'm not sure which side, because I don't really look at stuff that way when it comes to policy. I'm not sure who proposed it, but I love it. The idea of senior citizens, people like that who've been in their house for 20, 30 years, getting relief on property taxes as they get older, because that becomes a big issue. A lot of seniors are forced to sell their homes and go into either a nursing home or something like that, and because they can't afford the upkeep, and property taxes is a big part of it around here anyways. Yeah, well, that's not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen, Silver Surfer. You know that. We should get the spending under control. As long as we give the military industrial complex basically a
Right.
blank check year after year. I mean, when they're getting 860 billion that we know about, but think about that, Eric Fox. Think about how ludicrous, and I know you're 100% right, so don't take this the wrong way, but just think about how ludicrous that is. Taxes on home equity loans are tax deductible. Like, shouldn't there be an easier way, instead of having to tax something and then be able to deduct that tax from your taxes on the next time you're taxed? It seems like a lot of hubbub. That's a good counterpoint to that, Nick. If you buy a house, let's say for 100K, and over time it goes up to 2 million, and you can't afford the property tax, should you be given an exemption, or should you have to sell and move? I mean, I guess that depends. I guess that it depends on where. Okay, so I definitely get what you're saying here, and I don't know if I have like a right answer, because in a sense, okay, if for something to go from 100,000 to 2 million, you would think that there would have to be serious upgrades in the neighborhood, things like that. Now, what about the person, Nick, that just because, so say 2 years ago, when property values just skyrocketed for no reason, the neighborhood was still the same, the house was still the same. What about for those people? Oh, you can't talk to us while you work? You ain't got to talk to text, D-grade? I'm just kidding, brother. Be safe out there. Always good to see you, buddy, and appreciate you. You know that. You are loved, whether you like to admit it or not. So I like that one. No property tax after 65 years old on first 250,000 primary residents. Now, see, that's what I call compromise. I think that meets in the middle. Oh well, at least you got sun. At least you got some sunshine. I could see both sides of it. I could see both sides of it, Nick. Like I said, it's anytime you talk in broad strokes like that, you know what I mean. I don't know. Because there's the other side. So Nan says if you buy a house and the area around you gets developed and your house value goes up, you get kicked out. Well, I mean, in a perfect world, you would like to think that your property value going up, everything else, your wages should be going up along with it. I'm not saying that that's happening or that that should be just kind of expected. AMC up at 620, Ape at 280. So we're back over the $9 mark combined. GameStop up 7% at 23.39. Yeah, I think it's a dilemma. I think as basic as this conversation is, I would love to see our leaders be able to even start with this kind of understanding. You know what I mean? What is the Final Fantasy VII Level 1 challenge, D grade? Do I have to install Final Fantasy onto something? Let me know. Yeah, I'm with you there, Silver Surfer. I still got all my AMC, all my Ape, which isn't a whole lot, but I'm still holding strong.
Casinos are great. Casinos are top notch.
I got no problem with casinos. You know,
I wish
it's
they'd bring online to Florida. Appreciate you. Make it a little easier instead of having to drive, what, 30 minutes?
what, online casinos?
Yeah, we can go to the Hard Rock here and it's completely legal. But you can't go and play online at all.
Yeah, that's strange. That's how it is here too. Like we got a casino 5 minutes from my house. I mean, the thing about casinos is everybody knows what they're getting into going into a casino. When you do so, when you play a casino like the stock market, you expect it to be what it appears to be. Like I don't expect. I expect everything in a casino to be rigged against me. There's a reason why the casino. Now that doesn't mean that there's no potential to win. Obviously, if nobody won, casinos would be out of business. But there's a reason why casinos have the luxurious stuff that they have. You know, think about who pays for that. People that go in there.
You do. AMC's breaking up. So I did think something like this could happen. I didn't want this to happen in the meantime, but be careful. We're at, I guess, R2 on Tesla.
It's a similar situation, GTA. I can see what you're saying. I wasn't sure what you were saying at first, but yeah. And then they keep getting paid for it. Like at least here, anyways. I don't know how they all are. But we have the Seneca Niagara Casino, and they have to pay millions of dollars every year to the state. It's actually going through litigation right now because they haven't paid. They were like, enough. We've given you guys enough. So it's a gift, I guess. You can look at it as whatever you want, however you want to. If you want to say reparations, whatever. Granting Native Americans kind of the right to own casinos and to operate casinos. But here, anyways, it wasn't just out of the goodness of their heart. They're getting a cut of it as well. Oh wow, that's crazy. That is wild. That's wild, Josh. Oh, the Bay with the Power? The Power of Voodoo? Hoodoo you do?
Did
Great
you
movie.
hear? Did you hear that Arian Foster admitted that the NFL is scripting stuff like the
Yeah, we
WWE?
talked about this in Discord yesterday morning
Man,
a
this is
little bit.
great. This is great.
It's now again, like I said yesterday, Arian Foster. If you don't know much about him, I would say go back. He was on Joe Rogan maybe 5-6 years ago. Very intelligent guy. I would liken him to Kyrie Irving. You would like him. I think he's a flat earther. Arian Foster.
Why are you calling me out for being a flat earther?
I didn't say. I just said you like flat earthers. Jane Hammond about to go green on Tesla too. 193.70 now on Tesla.
Oh, she's been green on Tesla. She bought this morning, I
I
think.
don't know what like Arian Foster saying that. I didn't see the whole article of what he said, but I think everyone's known that the NFL's been scripted. But I mean, you can only script it to so much. Like I don't think players are involved in it. I don't think it's anything like that. I think it's the only ones that you need involved are referees. They control the game, and there was a lot of questionable calls at best. And the shitty thing is that the referees were so bad this year both ways. It's tough to say. Like the one Chiefs Raiders game. Now the Raiders shouldn't have won the game. It wasn't like one call decided it, but there was so many bad calls that went both ways. That like it's like that scene from Casino. Either these refs are too dumb, or they're they're either that bad or they're involved in it.
It does seem that way every once in a while.
Yes, take your 1,000%. Stop being greedy, not financial advice. Oh, I gotta check that
Netflix
out, Nick.
unveiling measures. A temporary code can be requested from the service, which allows users outside the primary Wi-Fi network access to the account for 7 days. Netflix is starting to crack down.
Yep. So I would look next Netflix earnings, maybe the earnings after, to see how that really starts to affect things. Because I'm looking at that like, okay, so like a perfect example, I was down at my sister's. I used my Netflix account down there. Like, am I not going to be able to use my own Netflix account someplace else now? Or do I just have to log in on my Wi-Fi from my house once a week, and then I can then how do they differentiate if that's me?
I don't know, but GME is $24.
Yeah, I'm wondering why the Eagles aren't getting more slack for that. The Bills caught a lot of slack when that punter, who they ended up dropping the charges, actually But like this guy, this happened back in 2019. That thing with the dude from the Eagles, and the fact that they even had him on the roster is kind of mind blowing. Yeah, I don't know. I'm old fashioned D grade. But I agree. There is a lot of other ways to watch programming out there. All right, Mr. Miggs. Sweet dreams, my friend. You can rest easy, knowing that you're up 1.2K today. Lovely, lovely. And like I said, man, you'll get that portfolio recovered. You're making the right moves. I love that you're looking into the options and not just jumping in and recklessly spending money, but taking some time to learn and stuff. Very, very cool. And like I said, Josh, if you got any questions, absolutely reach out to either one of us or anyone in the community for that matter.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's funny, D grade, because I'm the same way. I'm tight about every penny. I don't know. As far as that's like something that's built in. It's like the phone bill. Like it's something I got Netflix, I got Hulu and stuff comes with my phone, but I do pay the extra like $8 to not have commercials. And Xbox Live. Those are really my only subscriptions.
It's a staple at this point.
And I haven't even tried. I'm sure we got some people out there that have canceled their Netflix. Do they make it anywhere near as difficult as like a gym membership? I always pictured if I like cancel my Netflix subscription, like someone's gonna show up at my door trying to pressure me into like resubscribing or some shit like they do at the gym. Told you I had to mail a check to California right when the pandemic started to get out of a gym membership while the gym was closed.
Floyd Mayweather's fighting again. Am I on drugs? What?
Floyd coming back?
Apparently on the 25th to fight Aaron Carter. Whoever this guy is. Zeus?
Aaron Carter?
Bro, if this isn't Aaron Carter, bro, if this isn't Aaron Carter, G, there's
Isn't,
no.
isn't that dude dead?
Homie,
Or is that Nick Carter? Is that one of
I
them's
don't
dead?
know, but go look at this guy. I swear to God. I'm not joking. Something's wrong.
Silver Surfer, it's funny that you say that about the Hogwarts Legacy because, yes, I plan on using that as an introduction for Nikki to because he's not really into Harry Potter yet, and we're going to Universal in April. Degrade. This is my drug. I just moved to a different platform.
There you go. D, we appreciate that.
Degrade.
Much love.
Much appreciated, brother.
Always. Kiss you on the mouth buddy. In a minute.
I will do that. Whatchamacallit. You got to tell me what I got to do. I got to do it on my computer. I don't really have a gaming computer. So we'll talk more about this Final Fantasy thing challenge. I'll do it for you. And don't say that I won't, Degrade, because I ate a chip for you. You were the reason behind the one chip challenge. And you didn't even tell me to. You didn't even ask me to. Well, maybe you asked me. You might have just said, like, MIA, will you eat one of these? And I'm like, that's it. I got to eat one. Degrade said so. Yep. And it became a big deal. And then I went 2 hours without a drink. Degrade ate his smiling while drinking a beer, though, I think. He wasn't even
that's cheating. That's half cheating, I think.
I did, Bertie. I did. I got the message from you where I was at, had terrible service, so I tried to reply when you sent me the message that they fired him. But that is awesome. 7 matches without a win prior to that change. And we got some action, too. So Aaron Rodgers, in an interview, I was telling Odie about this yesterday, said that the interim coach from the Raiders last year, Rich Bisaccia, who we let go after he brought us to the playoffs, and he became the special teams coach in Green Bay. Aaron Rodgers says he would like to play for him. He should be the next head coach.
Oh, okay.
And then Devontae tweeted that picture of Aaron Rodgers yesterday. The thing is, if the Raiders make a move for Aaron Rodgers, it will destroy us. We will have no cap room. Our defense will still suck.
Maybe he just wants to do it for state, dude.
Well, Rodgers already said he's willing to do it for state.
But yeah, have him do it for town and country, bro. He'll do it for the boys.
I would love to see 3 at once.
Wait,
D-grade.
What? Wait, excuse me?
He said he's bought 3 of those.
Porque?
The chips, man. The chips. The hot chips.
Fire. Okay.
Oh,
umami.
Yeah, any time that it's we'll pay for your meal, Nick. I did one of those. It wasn't with spicy stuff though. It was with it was this ridiculous, terrible challenge at this paintball place. I don't even know why we did it. It was to get like a $8 meal for free, but it was like a bunch of French fries and tater tots and like 3 burgers and 2 chili cheese. It was everything. I finished it all. I got a free thing, and then it was a go-kart place. I'm sorry. It was a go-kart, and they had some other shit. We won this stupid contest. A month later, the place went out of business. So I couldn't even, we won like free passes to ride again and all this crap, but we didn't get to use them. Roger Hamilton, I got to check that out. So that's GNS CEO. Sorry, my dog's whining out down there. Okay, details on how our GNS, let's see, let me bring this up. Details on how our GNS $10 NFT coupon will work. By being on blockchain on Upstream Exchange, each shareholder can be verified and we can issue further coupons in the future to keep naked shorts constantly on their toes. Step 1. We expect to get approval to dual list on Upstream Exchange in February in time for the count date on February 28th. You don't need to move or trade any GNS shares from New York Stock Exchange to Upstream to get your NFT coupons. Step 2, we'll give all shareholders the link to set up the account on Upstream, and those with shares on February 28th will then get one NFT for full shareholding. Example, if you have 100 shares, you get a $1,000 NFT. If you have 100,000 shares, you get a $1 million NFT.
What?
I don't know. He hasn't posted 4 and 5 yet. So I don't know about this.
What's your first problem?
My first problem is right here because it doesn't say we're going to catch the naked shorts and do something about it. It just says we're going to keep them on their toes. I don't know. I mean, obviously, if more people sign up for this, it exposes something, I guess. I don't know. I don't really know what to make of this. So let's see what step 4 is. I guess what we should do first is look into this Upstream and see what they're all about, right? If they're going to be a major player in this. Oh, yes. We don't have the Schwann's guy around here anymore, Josh. Yeah, I don't know what happened to him. Well, yeah, that's what I don't get is where the value of this is coming from. Like, okay, I just make a $10 NFT out of nothing. Like, I don't know. I get the blockchain part of it, Silver Surfer. I just don't like what's gonna happen. Okay, so let's look. What's the float on GNS? So you got a float of 10.49 million. And you're gonna value each share at $10 a share. So where does this extra 105 million come from? Similar to what Byrne had with Overstock to expose the shorts. But then what has to happen next? Okay, so 10.5 million. Say before we get to the 28th, say 15 million 15 million shares have been registered. Then what happens? And then for that matter, okay, does it come back to what we've kind of said all along? It's going to take an outside somebody coming in and then doing something. And then for that matter, at that point, how do you differentiate real shares from synthetic shares? Oh, you're ready to go, D grade. You got the one chips in hand. That would be my next question. Now I guess there's two ways to look at it. Yeah, I mean, you can look at it have the shorts already been exposed. GNS is up 2,000% in 2023. Yeah, that's kind of been a, a a point for me is like when we talk about shorts, and I always like to put AMC and GameStop in a category of their own. Although I think it does apply in certain situations. What shorts wouldn't cover, after the last year, and then if they are forced to cover, it's not going to be at a loss. But what wasn't that the same? Wasn't DTCC the problem with the GameStop one, Silver? Like, wasn't it supposed to be the same thing through DTCC and they just kind of muffed it? Again, guys, this is me. This is not me trying to FUD this up or trying to bad talk GNS or anything like that. I'm just trying to figure out how this whole thing's going to work so that nobody's blindsided by anything. I do not have a stake in GNS. I don't plan on having a stake in GNS. But my goal with this is to see everything, all angles of it. That's all. That's all. This isn't me. This isn't me just being a cynic or being a hater. I want to see this thing fly. I want to see him get exposed as much as the next guy. Trust me. But like I said, there are a lot of theories out there that this is somehow a distraction, that this is somehow this or that. Whether it is, that remains to be seen. I think the guy's on the level again. Yeah, I get what you're saying, Silver. I understand that part of it. I just I still got some questions. I still got some questions. Anytime that you create something from nothing, like how do you just essentially create a $10 dividend on a $7 stock? Or is that value meaningless? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Where is the 110 million or 105 million dollars that would be a $10 NFT for every share where does that money come from? How does that money get accounted for? Like, what would stop? What would stop GameStop or AMC? Like AMC, okay, we've already done 8, but what would stop GameStop from just saying, okay, we're gonna issue a $10 NFT to everybody and doing the same thing? Is there anything to stop them? And I'm not asking this like sarcastically. This isn't like I'm not trying to do a gotcha or anything. I'm genuinely this is fascinating to me, and I like that a different tactic is being used. You know, yeah, that's still almost double the average. Still almost double the average volume, Nick. I mean, yeah, I see what you're saying. How it's up 25% on only 9 million trades against a 5.5 million, so not even quite double. Mullen, baby, we need to get back over that 40 cent mark. So Mullen was up at 40.8 cents, slightly below 40 now, 39.74 cents on Mullen. Because it seems too simple. Like it seems like this is a simple, like this is what we were calling for from AMC or GameStop for 2 years. If they have the ability to just issue a dividend, have shares registered to them to get that, and my question would be, what happens? Like I said, after those 10.5 million shares are registered, then what's the next step? That's an astute observation, Birdie. I think you're right. Says I watched the semifinals of American football last weekend. I hope the Chiefs win the Super Bowl, but I'm afraid the Eagles will win on their physique and power. I think that's from a somewhat of an outsider's. Not that you're an outsider to sports, because I know you follow many varieties of sports, but I think that's a good outlook. I hope for one thing. I kind of despise both of those teams, so if they could tie, that would be great. But the fact that one of them has to win, I'm just hoping for a good game, hoping for an exciting game, some cool storylines, the Kelsey brothers, things like that. Yeah, I'll do the same. I'll do the same tonight, Silver Surfer, because I dove into that kind of at the beginning of this AMC GameStop thing, and I would like to at least think, Silver, that now things would make a lot more sense to me. Some of the stuff that I was reading, so appreciate that. That's definitely something I will look into tonight for sure. I don't know, man. GTA, they just steamrolled right through the playoffs. I mean, until otherwise, you still got to put Mahomes ahead of Jalen Hurts just on his accomplishments. But Hurts is a hell of a quarterback. I think he's really came into his own this year. Philadelphia's got good coaching, but it's going to be a battle for him. Mahomes has been there. Kelsey's been there. Andy Reid's been there. Cool storyline with Andy Reid playing his former team in the Eagles. So it should be good. Wolf. Terra Wolf deal should enable company to pay down principal when it has available free cash flow. Deflategate. Yeah, and in typical Tom Brady fashion, he had to steal some spotlight and go ahead and retire again. What you know, and I shouldn't speak on it because I don't know if that's his intention, but this is 2 years in a row, almost three. Odie made a great point last night. He did it 2 years ago too, when he raised suspicions of retirement. But like, let these people that made it to the Super Bowl, let them enjoy their time to shine. This is who it should be about. It should be all about the Chiefs and the Eagles right now. And Brady has to come and I love the news as a Raider fan. I love it. I don't want to see him. Wall Street Wolfie, what's up, brother? Yeah, I think so. But in all reality, Wall Street, is this anything new, or is it just like other stuff where uh it maybe more noticeable now, maybe because people talk and point things out to each other. I love the meme with Mahomes exchanging jerseys with the referee after the game. That was great. It wouldn't surprise me, Birdie. I don't know. I think it depends on where he go. I think it depends. I think Birdie. I think he's something you might be able to relate to. I think he's in a similar situation to where Tiger Woods was when he went through his divorce. Now, obviously, uh, there's no allegations of Brady doing anything similar to what Tiger was doing or anything like that. But I would think after this last year, and I'd like to give Brady the benefit of the doubt as much as I can't stand him on the football field. He seems like he's an all right guy. Whether he is, I'll never know. So I think the FTX thing probably weighs on him. The FTX thing probably weighs on him. I was thinking about that, like, well, in the FTX commercial, Brady's calling up everybody that he knows, telling them, and I get it was a commercial, but how many people do you think followed his lead in real life? How many of his real life friends, teammates, uh, clients, TB12? So I don't know. Listen, I know how I felt the day that tennis is physical went from being up $300,000 to being down $7,000 on a play that I felt responsible for. Now, I wasn't. We don't give financial advice. Tennis, being the awesome guy that he is, went above and beyond to reassure me that it wasn't my fault, that it was on him. So I'm just saying, if Brady has a conscience, how that has to weigh on him. It has to. And you look at the last year, played on a shitty team. For all intents and purposes, they were not a good team. Um, not used to that. Divorce, losing all this money. So I think probably it's best for him to step away from the game. All right, Josh. We will try to keep the stock talk legit. You know how we do. Brady to the Niners. Uh, well, what's his name be back? Trevor Trey Lance. Purdy now they're saying might have to be out for a whole year. Yeah, I said meme. You know the meme? It's got the head referee from Sunday's game. You know how how pro athletes they'll exchange jerseys after the game, sign each other's jersey, and it had Mahomes doing that with the ref. Yeah, right. Rodgers is about to take a big old pay cut and come play in Las Vegas, baby. Let's go. Oh yeah, Yeah, he can. He's had an offer on the table. I think they made him an offer. There's a few guys on that level that got offers for post football, kind of commentating or analyzing, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, yeah. Well, didn't he just get his? Did he get his salary? I thought he got one or the other. GTA Odell. Was it his salary that he got in Bitcoin, and then he got his endorsements in regular money, or vice versa? I think it was something like that. Yanni Bang. Haven't heard that name in a while. Brady to the NFL on Fox for 500 mil, be the third man in the booth for the Super Bowl. I could see it. I mean, Romo kind of laid the groundwork, right? And I know some people don't like Romo, personality wise, things like that. But as far as analysts, the guy is amazing. The guy is absolutely amazing. And for some people, maybe he's too technical. I love him. I think he's great. No, Grumpy. We've already got a no Kaepernick clause. Well, thank you, Birdie Hunter. You know, I can tell people that there's at least one guy out there that would rather listen to me than Tom Brady. Much appreciated. Actually, Josh, I think what they're doing is Greg Olson, I think, is going on a 1-year sabbatical, and they're going to actually study him to see if he really has direct roots to Neanderthal. Because I've heard of a 5-head before, and I'm not hating. I love Greg Olson. He was a great tight end. But boy, if that guy doesn't have, I would like to see a 23andMe in him, because he's got Bigfoot in his ancestry. Definitely Neanderthal. No doubt about it. Oh, okay. The salary was Bitcoin, and he cashed out down like 90%. It's a tax write off, GTA. You know, you just write it off. He's good. That's crazy. That's crazy. Man. And you know, when you talk about athletes, especially football, I think it's a much bigger deal, GTA, because it's not like and don't get me wrong, Odell will have no problem finding work, but you look at how short their careers are. You know, the average NFL player, I think their career is maybe 2 years when it's all said and done. I love trivia. D grade. I'll never say no to trivia. Yes, I remember. I remember very specifically. I felt horrible, and you know, at the end of the day, Sabrina, like you said, we talked about it. I even let people know not to do what I was doing. Like, um, I told people, I know this is not going to end well. I am holding this for educational purposes, which I was. It wasn't, and the reason it was, and I'll tell you right now, Sabrina, you remember, it was because of the support.com thing, where support.com, SPRT, had the ticker changed to GREE, was it? GREE. And what was happening is people didn't have access to their shares while it went up. And then by the time they did, it came back down. So I wanted to see firsthand. I wanted to see by my own account, okay, how is this going to play out? I knew it was not going to be good. I discouraged people from doing it, but we definitely talked about it. And yeah, that was strange. I did not watch the Netflix show. on the Colin football player. Is it worth watching? I don't know. I have a problem dealing with people that are genuine. Now, if Kaepernick would have been this social justice warrior from the Gits and had come from a tough upbringing, something like that, I maybe could have got on board with him. But I feel like his whole thing was disingenuous and based around who he was dating. He came in from that offseason down about 30 pounds. His football skills had diminished. And I think it was a last ditch effort for him to stay relevant. And it's not that I don't think any of it was genuine. D-grade, you don't have to super chat to say that, brother. Don't make me give you a talking to. Appreciate it, buddy. You know I do. Where does the story take place in Final Fantasy VII? Indonesia, right? I'll say Indonesia. Oh, 2000 Ravens documentary coming out Sunday. Oh, I will love that. I will love that. That's man, that team was so BA. I gotta ask so Nick, do you think if Ray Lewis, so that was post Ray Lewis, right? Let me just verify that. What year was the trial? It ended in 2000. It ended in 2000. Do you think Josh, come on, brother. No need for all that, but much, much appreciated, my friend. Always appreciated, never necessary. And both of you guys, your time, your dedication is more than any dollar could ever do. But really appreciate both of you. Oh, GTA got it in New York, huh? Yeah, and we covered it all week. That was my thing too, Bree. Was I was all about it until the split, and that's when we started fudding it, and we told her all week, don't do this, don't do this. They but yeah, it's so strange that you just kind of brought that up out of nowhere, Bree. Weird, very weird. Oh, early development was in New York. Okay. And then they moved to Indonesia, right? GNS on the move. Sorry, I thought I had it up there. 766 now. 771, 772. And moving. $12 after hours. Hey, I'm with it. I'm with it. Like I said, I'm not in GNS, but we're going to let's see if he put out the fourth part yet. Okay, so here's step 3. Step 3, each shareholder can then convert their NFT into GEMS on our EdTech platform Genius U. We believe in student credit, not student debt. GEMs are credits like air miles, which gives you discounts on courses, products, etc. Full details in our upcoming investor meet. Okay. So now you guys can trade in your shares of GNS for an NFT, and then you can trade that NFT for airline miles. No step 5 yet. All right. Well, now I'm even more confused about this. So you get a $10 NFT that can be converted to a gem that can be used for discounts and education. Oh, I got you, Bree. She was down a lot that day and she was upset with me. I felt bad, but yeah, airline miles for college courses for the win. Thinking outside the box. Ah, I got you. D grade. I've only played it a little bit, but I got that. I got that Monster Hunter. I don't know if it's cross-platform. Yeah, she did blame you, and I tried to tell her. I tried to tell her like we all told you about it, but yeah. Oh, and that's what I'm hoping happens, Tiny. Like I said, I'm. This isn't. I'm not just like trying to poke holes in this thing. I'm just trying to figure out. And they kind of lost me with airline tickets. I'm not gonna lie to you guys, but uh, it makes sense because that the education part makes sense because that's what they are. That's what they do. All right, 11:35, guys. Give me a quick 5 minutes. I've been neglecting the dog. She probably did some IMPP on the floor down there. I'm gonna try to bring her up here. Uh, she's a little camera shy now. I want you guys to see her. She's getting big, big old puppy. Big old puppy. Yeah, the SPY cooking up 1.5%. NASDAQ up 3%. And just look at this. Is this obviously this is coming from tech, right? Okay, so you got the NASDAQ heavily into tech, S&P slightly less, and the Dow not as tech based, especially when you look at the way it's weighted. So United Health absolutely dragging the Dow down today, down 5.6%. And that's the number one. That's the number one weighted stock in the Dow Jones. And then it goes down like this. Then you got Goldman, Home Depot. So remember, when we talk about these, I'm sure most of you guys know this, but when we talk about these three indices over here, just remember the Dow Jones is weighted on the cost per share. So in the Dow Jones, the United Health has the pulls the most weight. So that means when United Health moves, it affects the overall index more than any other stock. And then down the line, all the way to the bottom, S&P and Nasdaq are both based off of the company's market cap. So you're going to have Apple number one in both of those. I don't have them in the right order, but you would go by market cap, so forth and so on. So you have almost the same top 10, but the Nasdaq more tech based. Well, I think it depends, GTA. I think you have a big chunk of people when it comes to AMC, when it comes to GameStop, when it comes to Ape, when it comes to that stuff. I think you have a big chunk of people that took their initial, people that got in AMC or GameStop in the single digits, things like that, sold enough to cover their initial investment and have just held throughout and maybe even added. Tough to say. Tough to say because we've had so many influencers, I guess you would call them, people who profited off of AMC and GameStop in more ways than the stock, that may have been infiltrated one way or another. So it's tough. It's all I can base it on is by the people that I know. The apes that I know, doesn't seem like they're going anywhere, but you never know. And again, this is taking people at their word. This is me assuming that when somebody with AMC Ape 23 is their name on Twitter says they're still holding, I got to assume they're still holding. Yeah, if you guys get real rich off this, you guys got to bring me to Singapore with you. Cool? I like it, Silver Surfer. You don't hold a bag in AMC. You have a savings account. Wow, GTA ain't going to Singapore. All right, well, if we can't go to Singapore, let's bring Singapore to us. Just fly Ace Lee in and have him talk Singaporean to us for the weekend. And we'll just pretend. Puts ended up flat on the day, expecting some disappointing earnings after hours. Yeah, we got some big ones. You got Apple, Amazon, and Google. Coincidence that they all had their earnings on Groundhog Day? I don't think so. You guys got donkey shows over in Singapore? I didn't think donkeys could live in that climate. But then again, I haven't really kept up on donkey living lately. Yeah, we'll go for Sober October, Birdie. Well, yeah, Meta kind of pushed how the AI is going to. Tijuana. Oh yeah, yeah. I learned all about that in Clerks 2. Clerks 2 was really my first exposure to a donkey show. Yeah, after a crazy bullish FOMC, Meta absolutely monster stomps their earnings. Yeah. I expected their earnings to be good, Nick. I didn't expect them to be the way that they were. And, I think easing off of the metaverse as far as dumping money in there, the share buybacks, and this just the way that they served up AI. Now, Nick, do you think if they would have came out and said they have this new AI, and I haven't dug too deep into it, but it's this AI technology that's going to make targeting ads more efficient, make everything work better, everything's going to run better, AI. Do you think that the AI talk would have had as much of an impact if Chat GPT wasn't so much in the headlines right now? A lot of talk about AI out there. Seems like I wouldn't be at the least surprised to see all three of those earnings later today come in big, all with headlines. Apple's new AI. Google has new AI set to do AI stuff. Amazon, how AI is going to change the way you buy stuff from Amazon. Buzzwords. Because let's be honest, when it comes to earnings, it's not the numbers that matter. I'm sure the numbers have an effect, but it's the sentiment, it's the forward thinking, It's the buzzwords. AI is a buzzword right now. Now, on a day like today, Nick, you look at Google, already up 6.5%, Amazon up already 6%, Apple already up 3%. That a boy. GTA. Hellbiz, you're bullish on whatever they do, AI they do. They do have their AI, so they what they make bikes, right? They make the electric bikes. I would have to think AI plays into that. Some self-controlling bikes. Someone tries to steal them, you could have them return to sender. Yeah, I'm with you, Silver. I'm with you. Anything the media is pushing raises a red flag to me. The Chat GPT thing, it raises so many red flags because for so many reasons, Silver Surfer. Um, why now? Why did they just? And I understand it was available before this, but when I say released to the public, until it's put in the public's face and told, here, Chat GPT, Chat GTP, whatever, go check it out. Like, why now? Why are they giving us access to this technology? If this technology is we're getting access to, how much other AI technology is out there? I think people are acting like this Chat GPT is the cream of the crop, and it's like, yeah, would they be giving us access to the best AI technology out there for free right now? Like, I don't buy it. Over and over again, Silver Surfer, and not just people. He warned governments. He sat down with every governor of every state. What was it? Maybe 5-6 years ago, and warned of the regulations that need to be put on AI before it gets out of control. And so many people laughed and looked at it like it was some Terminator kind of conspiracy stuff. And then you had another section of people that just said, yeah, he's probably right, but someone will take care of it. Somebody will figure it out. And, when he makes it, when he makes the comparison to like seatbelts, how long it took to get seatbelts. And then it's basically like, okay, what he's saying is if we stall on regulation for AI, it's not going to be like, oh well, a lot of people died because they didn't put seatbelts in, but in the end they were able to put the seatbelts in and write the course. AI, his theory is once it gets out of control, it's out of control. Yeah, exactly, Dr. Whom. Whatever they let the public have, the government has something 1,000 times better and for at least a decade before the public. That is my thing, is if they're giving us access to this kind of AI, what do they have? I'll tell you right now why it's free, Dr. Home, because it erodes at the fabrics of society. And I'm all for free speech and you to be able to do whatever you want, but yeah, I think I'm not some prude. I'm not I'm not some uptight right wing whatever. I believe in all kinds of freedoms, but I just can't imagine, and we've had these conversations in Discord a couple times about how things have changed, and I feel for young people. Luckily, when I was a kid, porn wasn't everywhere. Not everything was sexualized, at least to the degree that it is now. Sure, there was always sexualization in films and TV and everything, but not to the point that it is now. I can't imagine what it is, what it's like to be a kid and have all that thrown at you, or to be a young adult trying to figure things out and having these false expectations that somewhere all over the country kids are banging their stepmoms. Like, I don't get it. Again, it's not forced on anybody. It's not like, hey, this is forced. You're forced to watch it. We all make the choice to do what we have to do. But I don't know. Amazon, Apple earnings. I don't know. Amazon, I'm a little bit on the fence about, Birdie. I mean, I think it'll depend on AWS, how that's doing. Well, it's everywhere. Okay, I don't want to be gross, but like, I challenge you to go to Pornhub right now, or whatever you look, and I guarantee on the first screen there's some kind of family shit. I don't know where that started. I don't understand it. But we're seeing it in the mainstream now. Nick telling us about what's that new show called? Milfy and Me, or My Mom's a MILF, or some ridiculously, you know. But it's like, oh, if you speak out against it, oh, you're not accepting of people that have sex with their step siblings. You're an asshole. It's like, no. I thought there was laws against that shit. But it's it's up there with like what do they say? What's the difference between prostitution and porno? You put a camera in front of somebody and then it's okay. So like, if every prostitute just filmed themselves and said they were shooting porn, does that now make it legal? I don't know. I just know if I was in that industry, I would be putting my phone up and I would be setting my phone up to record the wall and if I ever got caught, I would say, hey, we're in here, Zach and Miri make a porno. Let's go. No, that should not be allowed as an ad on a truck or a billboard. I think Silver Surfer, I'm pretty sure Tiny City did away with all laws, right? You guys don't have laws over there anymore, do you, Tiny? I think you guys got rid of those. Yeah, Birdie, and you would never expect during an egg shortage that, guess what burned down just a couple days ago, Birdie? You got it right, a egg plant. Not an eggplant, but an egg factory plant. Yeah, and again, I'm not some kind of prude. I'm not saying like everybody needs to live a monastery type life or anything like that, but just over sexualization isn't good for anybody. I think it's one of the factors in, the astronomical divorce rates, the number of single children out there. And again, I'm not saying everybody needs to lead some kind of saint like life. And I understand marriage and children aren't for everybody, and people grow out of love, and it's not a perfect world, but when you look at big picture of things, you can see a lot of factors that have played into the deterioration of our society. There used to be some things that just weren't questioned, and I don't mean from a religious aspect, but there used to be just things that society accepted as right and wrong. And that doesn't exist anymore. That doesn't exist anymore. But we do what we could do. We do what we could do, Dr. Whom, and I do my best. And all you other parents out there, I'm sure you guys can attest to this. It's a struggle, and I'm starting to see it at 8. Like Nikki's already getting to that point where it's like you want to protect him from some of the evils of the world, but you still have to expose him to it. You don't want him to be blindsided one day and just be on his own, and it's tough. It is tough. I tip my cap to any parents out there nowadays, and by that same token, I can understand why people would be hesitant to want to be parents and or to bring a child into this world. Tough. Yeah, and the thing is, GTA, you speak out against that, and you're made to seem like this unaccepting, that you just hate anybody that's different, that I'm a cis white gender male, whatever box you want to put me in, and that I shouldn't be able to have an opinion on it. That my tax dollars, that it's okay to put tampons in the men's room. That's a law out there in Oregon, huh, Tiny? I didn't know that until this morning. I was looking it up to prove it to Enzo about that, and yeah, they passed that into law last year out there. I just don't understand any of it. I really don't, and I feel for the people that are involved in it. I feel for anybody that has gender dysphoria, anything like that. I can't imagine what that's like. I've never been through it, so I don't really have a say on that. But as a father, I can have a say in what I think is right and wrong for children. Now you're over 18. Uh, do whatever you like. Do whatever makes you happy. Do whatever. But 8, 9, 10-year olds, children that we don't let them decide what they're gonna eat. We don't let them decide what they're gonna wear. We don't let them decide simple things because they're children. To think that they can make that they're capable of making a decision like that is just absurd. It's absurd. And some of these teachers and stuff, and listen, guys, I totally get that when you're talking about loud influencers on TikTok and things like that, that they are the loud minority. They don't speak for the masses. There's a lot of great teachers out there. I would argue the vast majority of them truly care about the kids, truly are in it for the right reason. But these teachers that are looking for validation from their children, to me, that's a mental illness. If I'm a teacher and I feel like I'm something other than what I present myself as, and I want to force that on people, if you want to do that out at a nightclub or wherever, that's fine. But looking for validation from a 12-year-old on you identifying as a plural form of yourself just doesn't make sense to me. Well, yeah, that's what I say. Hey, Nick, if you're an adult, that's my only thing is pushing this towards kids, and you know, internet has more snowflakes. I like it. It's just that it's so tough to talk about anything without just it being considered a hateful person. I am not. I am the farthest thing from a hateful person. I nothing has any kind. Sure, maybe I have biased opinions because I look at the world of I look at a world that I would want my son to be growing up in, and this isn't the world that I see around me. Birdie Hunter. Unfortunately, NASCAR has been canceled. The woke people heard that it was a human traffic ring. uh, well done, Silver Surfer. Well done. I like that one. I like that one. And maybe so you guys maybe I hate to say that I don't follow politics because I do, but I don't know who's on whose side because I think they're all full of shit. But did they really make that guy that's going through chemo take his hat off or bandana or whatever he was wearing? If so, that is just some petty nonsense. You're going to allow smoking in the Capitol, but you're not going to allow a guy going through chemo. Now, again, I'm asking the question. These are the headlines that I've seen. I think it's despicable if either side did that. Yeah, I got you. I didn't notice until after that was your message, Silver Surfer. Birdie Hunter likes to be great, and if someone's message gets deleted for grammar or something, he'll repost it so I could read it. So well done. Yeah, I think so too. Where I find what I don't understand, Nick, is how it becomes a sexuality thing. Like how if you are against a male putting a dress on and then beating the shit out of women inside the octagon or something, that you're somehow anti LGBT. Like I don't understand. I grew up with plenty of gay people. I wish that it was more like today in the sense of that those people would have felt more comfortable with society to be who they truly were. But I knew dudes that ended up, becoming or coming out as gay later on in life that a lot of people knew, but they still knew they were a dude. Women, I had women that that I grew up with that are leading great lives. That you always kind of knew, like, yeah, she's not really into guys, but she also knows she's not a guy. Like that's where it gets weird to me. I don't understand the correlation of how everything gets grouped together. Apparently, some clouds are starting to be canceled. People are not happy that they were throwing shade at people. And again, I hope nobody interprets this as any kind of hateful conversation because that's not the intention. That's not the intention. I wish we could find a way. I want everybody to be accepted. R2, me too. Vegan flavored poultry business. Speaking of that, I seen they're working on a thing to turn plastic into food, and it's not the windmill. It's not turning them into gummy bears. And then they're working on this other stuff where they're I'll get the name of it. It's this chicken. It's real chicken, but it's made in like a petri dish. Be on the lookout for this because this is scary. Because what they're doing is they're finding the cells inside of chickens that will regenerate outside of the body. And I'm no doctor by any means. This is not medical advice. This is just what I read and makes sense. that cancer cells would be the cells that would reproduce on their own outside of the body. So yeah, look for cancer-filled chicken coming to I don't know, maybe a grocery store near you. Yeah, and I think that always existed. Doctor Whom, like I think there's always been, a certain section of males that are into cross dressing, and all that stuff. If you're an adult, whatever makes you happy, that's what I. As long as you're not hurting somebody else, go for it. But we just, it's not fair. You can't change science to fit a certain narrative. You know, even if you do certain things to you, your chromosomes are still going to be the same. There's like the fact that we have to have this conversation. That's what I mean by certain truths that were just accepted. And I don't by any means say just accept anything on face value, but like saying men can have children. Where did we go wrong? Where did we go wrong to get to that point? You watch that Matt Walsh guy who I think his opinions can be very biased. I disagree strongly with some of his opinions, especially all the shit he's been talking about pit bulls lately. But if you watch that documentary, What is a Woman, it's very strange to see people not be able to define it. Like it's just weird. Well, what's funny is this though, Nick, and I've seen this argument play out. Like when somebody pushes back, like you want me to accept you for whatever you are, but at the same time, you will tell me what I am. You will tell me that I'm a cisgendered male, white, whatever. I'm the worst of the worst, and that's fine for you to think that way. That's fine. But I can't push back and say, well, no, I actually identify as a 6'5" black man. So, you better start referring to me as that. And people always look at that like, well, that's absurd. Well, of course it's absurd. But where do we draw the line? And I'm all for positive reinforcement. I want my son to think that he can be whatever he wants to be, in the sense of he can work hard and achieve whatever he wants to achieve. Not, hey, go watch YouTube videos and then come up with an identity for yourself. Like, no, that's not it. You are you. Every human is a unique person. You're a unique individual as it is, but you don't need to go to extremes to try to prove your uniqueness. Like, I'm sorry, we on this earth with 7 billion, 8 billion other people, we're not as important as some people like to make themselves think that they are. That I'm so important, I need my own word. I need my own definition. I need to make up a phrase and have you call me that so that I feel better about myself. We're not helping people by doing that. You're enabling them. Oh, he's down there. That's where you're at, Dr. Holmes, down there by Matt. Yeah, like I said, I disagree with the guy on some stuff, but the same with everybody. There's nobody out there that I'm like, yeah, every opinion this guy has, I love it. I respect everyone's opinion. Those people, GTA, I hope those people get the worst prison sentence possible. That's a situation where I do agree with the death penalty. But here's the thing, and I can that's the worst part though, is because I don't think that those people speak for everybody. But I don't think at the same time, there's got to be good and bad. Like I don't think that it should be like, oh, these guys did something, so no gay men can adopt children or anything, nothing like that. But like, it's horrible, and I mean, I'm sure that it happens just as much with straight. It's just so awful to think about. Right back at you, Arctic. I can agree with that, Nick. Degrade's a transportation bot. Yes, I like that. Oh, Ken Griffin and several other hedge funds have been asked by the SEC to search through employees' devices for evidence of business dealings on unapproved channels, i.e., cell phones. Someone's got to be leaking something that could be big. Absolutely, GTA. At the end of the day, there's no place in the world I'd rather be. There's no time in the world I'd rather be. I think society has made great strides. I think we've also taken a few steps back, but I don't think that we're. I think it's still up to us. I think it's still up to us. Nothing. We still have our freedom here, and I still have the right to teach my son, to instill my morals in him, where he's not just we're not living in a communistic system over here. So yeah, as much as I'll gripe about stuff, it's only because I love this country, and I love my fellow Americans, and I love my fellow humans, more importantly, all you guys out there. It's worrisome. It's worrisome, and you can't obsess over it. You can only do what you can do. Not Singapore. Although, hey, if you're not into drugs and fun and stuff, Singapore would be cool. All right, I really got to go let this dog out. I said it like a half hour ago. Yes, we need to get that. I think didn't I download that, Birdie, or didn't I set that up? I will check. I remember you tried to put me down on that before. Maybe I didn't follow through. It happens. All right, guys. I'll be back in just a few minutes and go let this dog out. Don't say that, degrade. Unless you're talking about cave dwelling or underground mining. Tunnel digging. That's the only time you should be 6 feet under. All right, be right back. All right, welcome back, guys. I love on Twitter when they give you most tweeters don't like responses like this. Are you sure you want to call this person an idiot? Yes, I'm sure. I'm sure. When you're spouting off about people should get a basic understanding of how anything works before they run their mouth. Like I'm seeing people talk about this Kyle Rittenhouse. The judge was so biased, they should have thrown the case out. The judge didn't decide whether he was guilty or not guilty. So many uninformed morons out there with loud voices. And I'm not defending or criticizing. I could care less about the case. Whatever. My opinions on that are neither here nor there. But the judge didn't decide. Unbelievable. Anywho, it's like a bad addiction. I don't know why I see dumb statements and I find the need to comment on them. I need to stop. Either that or I need to get me one of those jobs where somebody just pays me to tweet dumb shit all day that are clear. I clearly can't be thinking. Like, it's amazing. Anyway, the Dow still down just about 0.5%. S&P up 1.4%. The NASDAQ up just under 3%. I did not, Nick. I did not. Did it have something to do with like the tracking or anything? Please explain. Yeah, I mean that's one way to look at it. That's one way to look at it. Or if that dude didn't try to bash him with a skateboard, or if the other dude wasn't a pedophile. But I mean, hey, you can look at it anyway. I mean, my thing is, why was every minute of that case being broadcast while simultaneously the Maxwell case was going on and we weren't hearing nothing? Oh, we can only give you shitty courtroom drawings of that case, though. Yeah, I guess that's one way to look at it too. They sent a file to the lawyer with the Android and it destroyed the quality. It was a big deal. Yeah, but on that same note, GTA, I don't think the fact that and taking him out of the equation, I'm not talking about Rittenhouse. I'm talking about in general, the fact that businesses are insured shouldn't have gave people the right to just loot and burn them down and stuff like that with zero accountability. I'm pretty sure the Capitol was insured too, but people will tell you that was Pearl Harbor. I like the new footage that came out of that other girl getting beat by the cops there. They didn't talk much about that. Probably get kicked off of YouTube for even mentioning. I'm not talking about Ashley Babbitt. I'm not talking about the one that got shot. I think that's a nothing burger, Silver Surfer. I'm not sure what to think of that on SBF's bail because I have a feeling that there was no cash put up. Because didn't we kind of get word that his parents put up the house and a bunch of other stuff, and maybe they're gonna release somebody that we don't know. I have a feeling though that that's going to be nothing. Maybe not though. Maybe not. What else? Let me see if they got any news on this. Thailand. And you guys see the news coming out of Thailand? They may be the first. They may be the first country to nullify the contract with Pfizer. So essentially would make Pfizer accountable for any liability caused. Let's see if Google even oh, they're gonna fact check it as false, of course. The video is oh, this is funny. So the same way that Pfizer tried to say that that guy never worked for which now Project Veritas has released several papers that he had published under that same title and everything. But my favorite was the guy's excuse when he was like, I was just lying to try to impress my date. Show of hands out there. How many of you guys have ever lied about performing gain of function on a worldwide virus to sell billions of dollars worth of vaccines to impress a date? Anybody? Does that check out? Is that the new thing? When you get caught, you just say, I was lying. I was clearly trying to impress my date when I revealed secret, You can't make this shit up. You really can't. Okay, Birdie. So what's... I like it. Okay, so he's already got a different route to take. Oh, is that what it was? It was just a prank? That's what I thought. I could tell. Yes, you used my favorite word, Tiny. Oh, I wish I had my sound effects right now. I'd be doing the Pee Wee Playhouse. Because okay, I'm gonna since it's lunchtime. So the last couple days, right, when I've been out driving, I wanted to just disconnect from listening to real life shit. I just wanted to just kind of there's this girl, April Richardson. She's like a comedian type, whatever. But she did this podcast years ago called I forgot. It's a Saved by the Bell podcast though, and she was on Chelsea lately, back when it used to be funny. And she has a guest come to her house, and they watch an episode of Saved by the Bell, and then they talk about it. And like Chris Hardwick was on it. There's a lot of famous people on it. Scott Wolf was on it. Turtle from Entourage. But a lot of the people never seen Saved by the Bell before, and they watch an episode and they're just like, "What is this mess?" But that's one of the ongoing jokes in there, is about how they need to bring Hunk back. Like Hunk was such a good 80s, 90s word. Awesome. Oh, beautiful. And you get the full refund, Birdie? Nice. The important thing, Birdie, is that he recognized that wasn't for him. You guys had a talk, and you didn't force him to follow through with what he started, which I know was probably difficult for you, but I know that you probably also knew, okay, this isn't the right path. You guys worked it out, figured out a new path for him. Beautiful. A win's a win, Nick. That's right. You had a good day today, Nick. Very happy for you, brother. Started off with that upstart. Would I be right to assume the last thing that you just sold was that GameStop call? Let me know if I'm getting ahead of myself here. And boy, automotive college now, that has to be a little bit different now. So Birdie over there, will automate will automotive college, will that how are they teaching that? I have to wonder. Will it be a mix? Will it be more geared towards electric vehicles, that kind of stuff, or will it be still your traditional mechanics with kind of the added technology on top of it? Wow, I have not seen that. I need to see that. An AI generator running animated episodes of Seinfeld 24/7. New episodes not based on old ones. Wow. Ah, spy puts. Okay. Okay. Gotcha. That sounds amazing. Where does this air? How do I find it? And where should I hang the TV in here? Because I want it to be streaming in this room 24/7. That sounds amazing. Huge Seinfeld fan, though I am. $12.35. I'm gonna go take a look out the window, see how this weather's holding up out here. So it might be a party night for me and the boy if they cancel his school tomorrow, which, like I said, they're already talking about. When it gets that cold, I agree with it. Sometimes they overshoot when it's just snow. They'll be expecting snow. They'll cancel school, and then we won't really get it, and it'll be but when it comes to that cold, you can't have kids waiting at the bus stop or walking to school. Like I said, the wind chill is supposed to get like -15 or something. Watch me forever. Perfect. That is amazing. And so are they? Is it made by people associated with it? Like, how are they able to do it with the rights and everything? I wonder, Nick. Pretty low quality right now. Excuse me. Okay. Mismatch media. Okay, so it's a mix of 2 days school, 3 days in the workplace for 2 years. After graduating that, he can move on the design of cars, and that is still what he wants to do later in life. That's a 4-year education. Already offered a paid job for the 3 days workplace by the local Citroen garage. Citroen will pay for his education too. Oh, wow. Nice. Well, congrats. You know, the best paths aren't always straightforward. Sometimes you got to take a detour to figure out exactly where you want to go, and that's what I know people, myself included, probably more so than most people I know, that still at 42 years old don't know what the hell I want to do with my life. I've had great jobs. That weren't just jobs. I've had jobs that started as jobs that became careers. Um, so luckily for him, he was able to find this early in life and able to recognize it. So best of luck to him, Birdie. Best of luck to him. And having that little bit of turmoil the first semester, I think will pay heavy dividends later on in life, especially for the way to, because a lot of people would go the other route. A lot of people would just give it up altogether, or a lot of people would just feel, and I have friends like this that got into programs and then just felt like they were already so into them that they had to follow through and end up with a job that they're really not happy with. Maybe satisfies them financially, but other than that, doesn't give them a lot of happiness. So, French car manufacturing company, nice. So they'll be lending a hand to you guys picking up the slack for Italy and Greece. I like it. Well, and that's one of the scary things, right, Nick, is with the Chat GPT is, does it infringe on creativity? Does it stall creativity? Like what impact does it have on the creative aspect of anything, whether it's journalism, whether it's writing a screenplay, whether it's just anything. And we started seeing that. Remember before Chat GPT, what was the other one that like just did simple things for you, but it blew everyone's mind? It's like, oh wow, I don't have to do this anymore. Do you think it'll be used as a way to enhance creativity, where you take somebody that's creative and it's used more as a tool? Or do you think that it just, do we not need creativity if you can just put a topic into a robot and have them give you whatever you want out of it? Oh, definitely. Definitely, Birdie. It's probably been the toughest on teenagers and kids that are at the age to know what's going on but still be hindered by what's going on. Yeah, well, it's got some inherited biases though that I see. And again, I don't know how true anything that I see on the internet is. So I take everything with a grain of salt, but like the way that a certain question was asked and it said it couldn't give an answer, but then the same question was asked with one variable and it gave a whole explanation. So there is some biasness in there. It's not like, that's what scares me maybe the most, is it's not like when we think of AI. AI is going to be fact based. It's only going to give you right answers. Like, yeah, you can't question AI because it's right. AI knows it's right, and it can tell you it's right. Yeah, yeah. And how fast do you think AI can rewrite history books? slippery slope any way you look at it when it comes to AI. I think it could. I don't think it has a sense of nuance, but maybe it does. I don't know. And again, when we say AI, if we're judging it by Chat GPT, like you guys said earlier, if they're giving us access to that, what do they have? You know, it's just like deep fakes. Like deep fakes are another thing that people should be terrified of on both ends of the spectrum, because you have on one end, any one of us right now can make a video of a celebrity with us doing the voiceover, with it looking just like it, or of anybody, not even just a celebrity. So the downside of that is I can make myself appear to be somebody else, talk a bunch of shit, and convey it like I'm them, or the program is them. The other side of that is plausible deniability. If we can't determine if this is a real video or not, or if this is real audio or not, or if this was a deep fake or not, it creates plausible deniability to a lot of stuff. Now, say, okay, so let me ask about that, Dr. Whom. He says, as a musician, I'm looking forward to when I can use it to make music and sounds. It's going to be sweet when we can bring back dead musicians and bands. Love that. But I love that you started that as a musician. So to me, that says like you're taking somebody that's already creative and talented and adding on to what they're capable of. My fear is that like you don't need that talent anymore. There's no drive to become a musician if I can just make music by just typing in some code or something. Oh, we've definitely all been there, Birdie. We've definitely all been there. And that's a tough situation for a 17-year-old. Not wanting to disappoint you, not wanting to bring the family down around the holidays. A certain degree of disappointment in himself, but I think that probably led him to look elsewhere. You know what I mean? As far as what, Silver Surfer? I'm sorry, I started reading this article over here. All you need to do is embed a video watermark. Oh, as far as like telling what's real and what's fake. The deniability is what worries me more. That's what worries me more is when and the reason for that, Silver Surfer, is because I look at that on a deeper level. I look at that on some Orson some 1984 type shit, where it's like when you're told to stop believing what you see, like when we're told prices are coming down, American families are doing great, you got savings, everybody's doing good. This isn't the economy you're looking for. When we're told to not believe what we see around us, when we're told, oh, this stuff isn't really happening in schools, that's just all a big conspiracy theory. Oh, vaccine passports, it'll never come to that. You guys are crazy. Oh, built in a lab? No. It came from a bat. Fauci's the devil? No, he's a good guy. He cares. He steered us through the AIDS crisis. And look at the good that he did during the COVID pandemic. Yeah, I agree, Silver. Unfortunately, that's why I always say believe half of what I see and none of what I hear. And any of you guys that were playing poker with us last night, mark my words, I'm going to get down to the bottom of that factory and whatever kind of weird experiments they're doing on those deer out there. Because something was something was afoot last night. There's no way. There had to be 50 of them all together. There was 9 at first, and there was like another 20 over here. There's no way that many deer should be running around that factory. What you looking at, Martin? Drop that ticker. What's the ticker? I forget what you guys had eyes on this morning. Upstart still cranking, Nikki. 25.57. APRN. Oh, my bad. You had it right in there. Blue Apron. Up 25.5%. 128 on Blue Apron. Not seeing any news on it. AMC quietly approaching that daily high, 631 on AMC. Ape up at 287. So we got 918 total on both of them. Let's see if we can't cross that $10 mark. And across the S&P top 10, Apple up 3%. Their earnings after the bell. Microsoft up 3 1/3. Amazon up 6.5%. Their earnings after the bell. Tesla up 6.5%. 193.34 on Tesla. Google up almost 6%. 5.8%. 106.22. Their earnings after the bell as well. Nvidia up 3%. Berkshire up 0.25%. Meta still holding them gains, 25% gains, 191.46. And United Health, the big lagger across all of these indices today, down 6.25% on United Health. So this Blue Apron, Martin, you might have a clear shot. You get through here, probably you got a gap up there to 146 and then maybe 206. I would look at 146, 206. Yeah, if it gets to that 140 mark, I would say it's got to get through this area here. Not a lot on the back end as far as any kind of support or resistance until you get to that $2 mark. I don't know much about Blue Apron. I do know quite a few people that use those delivery services, like Blue Apron, HelloFresh, they like it. It's I don't know. It doesn't seem like it's like those kind of meal things are great for if you're feeding a big family, stuff like that. But smaller families, stuff like that, they seem to enjoy it. I actually got a bunch of free things that I need to order, like from friends that just have subscriptions where it's like you get a $50 order for free at first or something. Sushi USD up 20%. Speaking of that, how's the Bitcoin doing? I haven't looked at Bitcoin all day. Okay, Bitcoin trying to cross that 24,000 mark, 23,921. Ethereum up at 1680. Shiba 1, 2, 3, 4 zeros, 1281. And Lucy, still the big gainer up there. LUCY up 147% at 378. Vino just halted to the upside on a huge spike. So ran from 169 up to 207, halted to the upside at 207 on VINO. Phase Holdings up 46%. Doge is number 8 in market cap for all of crypto, Silver Surfer. That's interesting. GNS still up at 725. All right, Arctic. Hopefully we see it come back up, test those highs earlier. Ran up to 502 on Lucy. CEI GTA up 2.5%. I hope you had the boat loaded. Maybe not. Yeah, true that, Silver Surfer. Be up for the pre-market. Arctic's always good about that. I know when he holds something overnight, I know he's up and at 'em. Still blows my mind that all exchanges, like all platforms, don't just have full extended hours. I'm sure that there are reasons that that I'm not taking into consideration. I'm sure it's not just as easy as like, well, they'll have to have somebody at Robinhood come in a few hours earlier and turn the lights on. Like, I'm sure that there's some sort of reasoning behind why some do it and why some don't, but it just doesn't make sense. It would be like, and this actually happens, so I guess it's not that strange. It's like, so in my city, you got a Burger King right next to a McDonald's. The McDonald's is open much later than the Burger King. You would think that being competitors in that same thing, that they would be on like an even keel, but they're not. Nice, Loki. Nice. Nice, nice. Well, we should be March, Silver Surfer. Remember when they had the hearing last year? And they kind of fooled us. So last year during the hearing, they said that they currently have the technology to do T-1, no problem. They said that they would like to get it to real time, but that's going to take some time. And then remembered, and they're like, okay, so we thought that they said March. We thought that, so this happened in February of last year. And they were like, okay, well, we're going to give you till March to review this, and then we'll revisit it and make something happen. But the caveat was, we're going to give you till March of 2023 to review it. So what happened there was, now you have a new house in there. You have new leadership on different committees. So odds are that stuff will just get scrapped, and we probably won't talk about it again. Maybe not. Nope, keep on driving, D-grade. Keep on driving. I'm sure you got some valuable cargo that needs to get to where it needs to go. Arctic Fox just couldn't resist. Couldn't resist, could you? That's awesome, Birdie. So you're going to stay in a hotel every Tuesday at your new HQ. And work with all management Tuesday and Wednesday. So that's a 200-kilometer drive from you. So what will you make it Tuesday morning? Stay all day Tuesday, stay the night, work all day Wednesday, then head home Wednesday after work? Yeah. Absolutely, Silver Surfer. Absolutely. But you know, it's like an old school GameStop pre-order though. Like, how is that money that's in limbo used? Is it used for collateral? Is it used for leverage? Like, what is it used for? All that money that's tied up for 2 days. It's got to have some kind of usage. It must be, Martin, because I'm not seeing any like, I don't want to say real news, but you know what I mean. I'm not seeing any like official news, so I would say it's probably coming from the Reddit. I would say part of it, Martin, is probably market related, but not 30%. You know, if Blue Apron was up 5% right now, I would say, okay, it's probably just because the market's moving. Yeah, that was always my that was why I was always against it on GameStop. Like, I would never pre-order games. I used to a long time ago, but then I started thinking, like, man, they have a big account with millions and millions of dollars just always in there that they can profit from. Now, from a business point of view, it makes sense. From a consumer point of view, wouldn't you rather have that money in your own account? Okay, so Birdie is going to be doing most of his work in Middle Earth, at the exact middle of the Netherlands. Beautiful. Central locations are key. Carvana up 31%. I don't understand that. Bullfrogging. What's up, Bullfrogging? Happy Thursday. Yeah, midnight releases were fun, D-Gray. You kind of like hated the waiting in the moment, but at the same time, they were good times. New high on the SPY. Everything pushing up. S&P up 1.6% now. NASDAQ just cooking. Up 3.25%. Ape crossed that 290 mark. All right, guys, it's 1:04. I'm going to take a little break and get myself some lunch and then go pick up the boy and reconvene for Power Hour. Enzo may be back before that. He said he got a phone call. Must have been ET calling. So hang tight, guys. Let's see. I'm going to put Ape up here since it's moving the most. And then leave these over here where y'all could see them good enough. Pull this down a little bit. Get that out of there. Yeah, except for that pesky Dow Jones. We need that Dow to go green. It's getting there. It's getting there. United Health is just dragging that. So if United Health comes back even a slightly, we should see the Dow go green. But enjoy it, guys. Enjoy it. You know, we question these days. We look at these days like, okay, you know, we may not be at the bottom, this, that, and the other thing. But make sure to enjoy them. Make sure to enjoy days like this. Take some profits if you got them. And yeah, be happy. Be happy with it. And you know, never mistake my griping as a sign of unhappiness. Trust me. I love life. I love every minute of life. And I know I can't solve all the world's problems, but you know what? We can do our part. We can do our part. I gotta take my dog to puppy school tonight, D grade, but then I can do it after that. She's in high school now, high school puppy school, so she goes to the later class. That's right, Bullfrog, and life is way too short to not be happy. And I just don't ever want anyone to mistake like me being mad about certain situations or anything like that as like being an unhappy dude, because I truly ain't. And if you guys followed me around on a daily basis, I think you would see that. You know, I try to spread love everywhere I go. I'm not leaving until it does. I'm looking at it right now. I was about to go, and I'm like, you know what? I gotta watch this go. We're at 293 right now. Yeah, I would love to see the $10 mark total crossed. You're welcome to take whatever I say is my unhappiness. No, there's stuff that grinds my gears, but I'm too blessed to be stressed. Yeah, it was a great time. It was fun, and like Nikki and my buddy's kids, like, you know, it's a pretty big house, so they were playing hide and seek in the house the whole time, and we jammed some GoldenEye. Like getting to play that game with the friends that I grew up with, and now playing with our kids, it was cool. It was nothing elaborate, and the cool thing was, Arctic Fox, is this wasn't like a planned vacation or anything like that. This was my sister needing a favor. Not even a favor, because I would do anything for her. She'd do anything for me. But she had to get a gas meter replaced, and they had to get in the house to do it. And the place is like 2 hours away, so she was like, "Why don't She was like, "If you want to go down there, if you'll do that, go have fun, bring your." And not that I couldn't bring my friends down there anytime I wanted, but it was just it was helping her out and an excuse. My friends didn't have anything going on, and it was very cool. Very cool. Could have got some better weather, but if we would have got better weather, it would have been cold. Like, that's what was weird, is it wasn't cold at all tubing. Like, it was like 30 degrees. But that ice, boy, oh my, like I thought we were gonna see somebody get taken out of there in an ambulance. Like, it was that bad. You're literally walking on a hill of ice. So you'd come down, you'd go up a little bit, and then you had to walk up this hill and around and then back down the hill into the line to get onto the conveyor belt. And people were just, luckily I had some good boots on. I was just like kind of digging my heels in and then dragging the boy along with me and our tubes, but it was fun. Always fun. Got to make the most of every moment. Like I said, life's too short to to dwell on the bullshit. It's great to talk about and to discuss and to be aware of, but you can't let it consume you. Because if you wanna just see all the messed up shit in the world, it's easy to find. But if you want to find the good stuff, and that reminds me of, I don't know if you guys ever seen the I know I bring this guy up a lot anymore. I don't want you guys to think like it's a um I'm putting him on any pedestal. A lot of my consumption is what my son watches. He's really into Mr. Beast right now. So we watched the first night when we were down there. It was just me and him, and we watched the one Mr. Beast documentary about how he got started, all this and that. And something that he said in that video really struck me when he was like, it's easy to make a living or get a reaction by focusing on negative stuff. Anyone can do that. I can come on here and just talk shit about all the bad shit in the world all day long. And what does that make me? Nothing but a blowhard. And what he said, he was like, you can get those same kind of reactions, and you can get those same kind of, what he might look at as content by doing it with love and positivity. He was like, it takes more work. It's harder to do. And I thought that was really interesting, what he said. And I just like the way that he admits, because this is something I've always tried to tell people when I've gotten burned many times in my life as far as helping people out, whether it was in a letting them borrow something situation, whether it was doing something. And I got burned a lot of times, and I'll probably get burned a million more times before I die. That's just the way I am. But when people would always be like, "Well, why are you so selfless?" I'm like, I'm not. I'm more selfish than you realize. And I think Mr. Beast kind of keyed in on that when he was like, it's very selfish what he's doing for people. And I'm like, it's not sell. You give away everything that you make. You've changed countless amounts of people's lives. And he said, well, that's what makes me happy. Some people do whatever. I like to see the reaction. I like to see people's life change. And I don't know. We all might not be able to go give $10,000 to strangers, but we all have the ability to throw a smile at someone, to hold a door for someone, to, just do something to brighten somebody's day. And you never know what kind of reaction you can get and what that can spur, what that can, you never know. Never know. So basically take all this green and spread some love with it. That's all. All right, guys. I am going to go get some lunch, and I will see you guys back here for Power Hour. Appreciate each and every one of you guys. Glad to be back with you. Sorry for the technical difficulty the last couple days, but I think we got it all straightened out now. And we are back in full force. Appreciate the patience, the concern, everything. You guys are all amazing, and you really mean more to me than you guys will ever know. And yeah, we'll keep doing this in a little bit. All right, I'll be back. All right, welcome back, guys. A little bit late. Sorry about that. We got 40 minutes left in Power Hour. Tiny boxes. Hubby did great on his day trades, too. Beautiful. Beautiful. That makes for a great Thursday. Enzo still on that phone call. Must have been a long one. All right, we got the Dow still in the red, down just about 0.5% again. S&P up about 0.5%. The Nasdaq up a little bit over 2.5%. GNS now at 705. AMC up at 621. APE at 282. So just over the $9 mark there. GME at 22.45. So the market cooled a little bit from where we were this morning, but still rocking and rolling. I do not know what those alert sounds are. How's everybody feeling? This song sounds like Requiem for a Dream. The only sound I can remember from Requiem for a Dream is the with the syringe and oh, he did. He's patiently waiting to see if they cancel school tomorrow. The temperature hasn't dropped yet, so it's 35 degrees outside right now, but it feels like it's about 10. The wind is just absolutely brutal. It's supposed to drop heavy tonight. My thing is, if you're going to cancel it now. Give parents a chance to make arrangements. You know, there's a lot of parents out there that I hate to say rely on school for childcare because it's not, I don't mean it like that, but you know, there's a lot of parents that work during the day that have to make arrangements. And with snow, I get it. Snow, you got to wait and see if the snow actually comes. When it comes to temperatures, though, the weathermen and women, weather persons, if you will, are usually are fairly accurate. So if there's a chance that we're going to be down there, don't put parents and kids through it in the morning. It's 2023. Like I said, you were able to shut down schools for 2 years to do things remotely, stuff like that. I just don't get it. I don't understand why all the funding that's been thrown at schools and education to upgrade systems, and they still haven't. They still don't have plans. Like, I agree, being in school and everything is important, no doubt. But at the same time, why are you going to put kids at risk? So instead, they won't have a plan, and then if they do cancel, the kids will have to make the day up at the end of the year. When simple planning would have been, okay, we're going to send you home with your laptops. Here's some assignments. Have at it. Anywho, what else we got moving across that S&P top 10? You got Apple priming up for their earnings, back under the 150 mark, 149.56 on Apple. Microsoft up almost 4%. Amazon on cruise control. Amazon and Google both up 7% going into their earnings. So maybe that'll be telling. You got both of those up 7%. Apple only up 3%. Tesla up 3.5%. Tesla's pulled back significantly, though. Reached that high of 196.75 earlier. And look at the volume on Tesla today, 195 million. I guess that's not too outrageous. So Tesla been trading over the last 3 months, only 50 million above the average. Which, you know, when we see 150 million trades on a stock that's $1, $2, even $3, we don't think too much of it. When you see $185 stock traded 200 million times, a little bit strange. Meta holding most of those gains, still up 24%, 189.64. Tennis is physical, closer to those tasty waves and a cool buzz. That's what I'm talking about. Tennis. I have to reinstall WhatsApp. I wasn't able to do anything with it, so I dropped my phone in the snow Sunday, and it's been acting a little wonky ever since. So I seen your messages come through, but I didn't actually see them. So appreciate seeing you, and that reminds me to reinstall that. I had to do it with some other stuff too. And that's why Samsung's earnings weren't great, because of things like that. Either way, much appreciated, my friend. And what were you playing today? DNA, was it? Up a cool 9.5%. Beautiful. 219 on DNA. One quick second. Oh, LiDAR got a new CEO. Nice. I always call it LiDAR, but it is AI Inc. LIDR. So that's up almost 14%. We talked about DNA up about 10. Cyben up a hot 5%. Lovely day. That upstart, Nikki D's upstart, pulling back a little bit, but still at 23.79, up almost 18%. What else? We got any new news? So FedEx stock surges toward biggest 3-day gain in over 2.5 years. And I think they just announced big layoffs. That might have been a local thing. My mom actually mentioned it to me. My mom doesn't talk stocks or anything at all. But she did mention, so I'm assuming it was local. Shares of FedEx surged toward their best 3-day performance in 19 months on Thursday after 2 Wall Street analysts said it's time to buy. So that's what it takes, huh? It just takes 2 dipshit Wall Street analysts saying it's time to buy, noting that the package delivery giant's announcement of job cuts shows that management is serious about cutting costs. This world that they live in, where everybody is expendable, and I'll agree with that in some terms. I'll agree. Google, Meta, growth tech companies probably did overhire. But then you see a situation like this. Oh, they're serious about cutting like people are talked about like such useless, like I just don't understand that. I don't understand. I get AI is a big part of it and automation. And again, I understand that there's a lot of bloated companies out there. FedEx, though, I don't know if it's one. Is there so much uselessness going on in there that everything is a good sign? Oh, you're firing 3,000 people. This is great. Well, there had to be jobs that those people were doing that aren't going to get done now. I'd just like to see real talk from these companies. I'd like to see these layoffs explained instead of us just automatically, this is the greatest thing ever. 3,000 people don't have jobs now. Awesome. Stock's going to do great. Just doesn't make sense. I understand cutting costs, but at what point do these cuts cut into profits and productivity and things like that? Because that's not talked about. That's not talked about at all. We're not seeing those numbers. The layoff numbers that we get in the news from these big corporations, they don't match the jobless claims numbers. There's a big discrepancy there. So something doesn't add up here. Oh, beautiful. Sold Centro for 80%. Love it. Love it. Well, you know what to do, Tennis. You know when or if we start to see a downtrend, something like that, you know if we're going back down. And you know when to sell. I don't need to tell you. You ride those waves, but at the same time, you're not married to them. Hallway Hot Dog, Puke Bear Blackheart. Okay. And Centro just cracked back into the green, 78.85 cents on Centro. That's one I'm confident in. I think that now Mullen, I think it's going to take a little bit more work to get Mullen back over $1. I think Centro will get there. But I think both of them are one catalyst away. Mullen starts getting deliveries, starts hammering out orders, producing real products. That's their selling point. Centro's already there. Centro has vehicles. They've sold vehicles. They have a track record. Centro, in my opinion, is one big contract away from $1.50. Not financial advice, but that's a company I've done my homework on. They're set up internationally to make some noise. They've already got contacts with Amazon. Granted, it's Amazon Japan. But if we can see those relationships carry over into America, that'll be big news. Another word. So first Tiny Boxes brought Hunk out of retirement earlier, and now Tennis brings another one of my favorite words of totally rad. I love it. Love it, love it, love it. Good to see you too, brother. Good to see you too. Was missing you guys for a couple days, but we back now. We are back. Let's see. And much appreciated, Tennis. You know that, brother. I don't get the cool thing to come up when someone super chats. Sorry. That's a only when Enzo's here thing, I guess. But nonetheless, much appreciated. Let's check this out. This is a good day to have a look at the heat map. And surprisingly, not as much green dominated as you might expect on a day like this. You have energy getting hammered. Healthcare with the big boys getting hit. And a lot of this is stemming from kind of COVID earnings from last year not being what they expected. So it's a shame for companies like Merck and Pfizer and the rest of them that, you know, maybe didn't do as well off of whatever we want to call that thing. Japan calls it the flu now. I don't know if we're allowed to on YouTube, but that's what Japan's calling it. All right, 24 minutes left, and then we got some big time earnings. So these earnings should set the stage for tomorrow. If all three go in one direction, we could fly. If they all go to the upside, when I say all, I mean Apple, Amazon, Google, Ford also has their earnings after hours. A few other ones. Ford was up 5% going in, up about 4% now, 14.34. You got GM up 5%. GM's been flying since their earnings. They made that announcement. Granted, it shouldn't. I don't even think they would start breaking ground until 2025 ish. But GM invested, I forget how big the stake was, in a lithium mining company, and they expect to be able to produce enough lithium for a million electric vehicles, I think, annually out of there. So we'll see. NEO really the only the only one of the bunch, down 1%. NEO just under $12. You got Lordstown Motors up 7.5%. Polestar up 8.5%. Centro up just 1/3%. Mullen up 7.5%. GM up 5%. Ford up 4%. Lucid up 2.25%. Rivian up almost 6%, and Tesla up 4%. Typing up homeowners association violations. Yeah, it's a little bit of overkill. 3 trailers, 2 boats, a camper, tractor, and a 15-foot hunting stand in his backyard. Yeah, and I'm all for not too strict policies when it comes to HOAs, but enough's enough. Enough's enough, and especially like most HOAs, and I have a very small experience with them. Most of them, these rules, regulations, whatever you want to call them, are usually laid out pretty clearly for you. Not saying that makes them right or wrong, but you usually know when you're crossing that line. Hey, okay. Always good when we get the adult dating chat in here. So if any of you guys are adults and you're looking for some dating chat, the spam in the chat should be able to help you out with that. Do not click that link, but appreciate you being here. Triple X 18. Oh, I get it. I get it, because the girls are supposed to only be 18, right? I get it, because every guy out there is a friggin' perv. You guys really need help on your marketing. Like, maybe if you put, like, I don't know, something different. Pretty pervy. I don't know. I'm 42. I don't, no offense to whoever does what. 18 is just a day older than 17. And to me, that's a child. Bullfrogging's in. Are you an adult? Yeah, I'm an adult. Are you looking for dating chat? I am, as a matter of fact. Who would have thought that Triple X 18 would come in and help us out? I don't know what's more disturbing, the whole thing, or if none of our fabulous mods, we're just leaving it now, right? We're like, fuck it. Adult chatting time. Goldman Sachs predicting that hydrogen will be a $1 trillion business. Don't see that happening, but maybe. You never know. What's weird is, like, somebody has to somebody has to actually click on these links somewhere for them to keep spamming chats and stuff, right? There has to be somebody out there that sees something like that and like, oh, free nudes? Awesome. Let's click on this. Or they wouldn't keep doing it, right? You would think. Maybe they do. I don't know. Just strange. But I guess I could see why they would come to like a stock trading channel. They probably figure, hey, people got a little money to throw around. See what we can do. Did not click the link though. All right, 20 minutes, guys. Actually, 19 minutes. Let's finish this day strong because who the hell knows what tomorrow's going to bring. We get non-farm payroll is the big thing tomorrow. And that'll be out 8:30. So most of this is international, doesn't really apply. But you have the Czech National Bank interest rate decision at 8:30 as well. Then we get labor force participation rate and non-farm payrolls. Unemployment rates at 8:30, another number that means nothing. And a little bit of data throughout the day. Shouldn't play in. I would have to say that the three big earnings coming up here in just about an hour are going to play way more into account than any of these things. So, but we will keep an eye on them. There you go, Tiny. Someone took care of him. My man Caesar C must have his pistol holstered because he's usually quick to take him down. Maybe he's talking to Enzo. I don't know. Maybe that's the phone call. Who knows? All right, how are you guys feeling about the big three earnings? And there are other earnings tonight after the bell. I think these are the main focus. Apple intrigues me. What are they going to talk about? Will they talk about transitioning to India? Will they talk more about buying chips domestically here in the United States? Will they have any AI news for us? Amazon, the same thing. Like I said, when it comes to these earnings, when it comes to messaging, when it comes to what's going to come out of this, the numbers aren't going to matter. The numbers aren't going to matter to a degree. We'll hear the numbers, but it's all about forward thinking. And I'll guarantee that all three of those use AI and some progress that they're making in AI as kind of a crutch to fall back on. Wall Street Wolfie. What's up, Wall Street Wolfie? I love that name. GNS, what's it doing? Where'd you go, GNS? I don't know why it keeps slipping back to the bottom of. All right, GNS sitting on my birthday, 7/14. And it fell as soon as I said it, 7/10. 7/10. GTA, what's your average now on GNS? I know you've averaged up on this, I believe. I don't know if you sold any of what you had. I know Jane was in at 545. That's looking lovely. About $1.70 a share profits there. Man, you hear that wind? I don't know if you guys can hear that. It is. It's one of the strangest days I've ever seen outside right now. It's 38 degrees, sunny, not a cloud in the sky, and it literally feels like it's about 5 degrees out with the wind. It is freaky. Oh, nice, nice. You looking to get that double up. Now, GTA, just going to tell you what I would do, not financial advice. You know what I would be looking to do here. I would be looking to unload half at the $8 mark, get my money back, and then just hang out with the wing out. Ride that free money. And here's why I would do that. You got 27 days, or what is it? Today's the second. You got 25 days before this NFT launch, things like that. I think we're going to see a wild ride between now and then. I don't think it's going to be a continuous climb up. Then you have market conditions. Market conditions could change like that. We get bad earnings from those three. It's going to bring everything down. So I'm not saying unload it. I don't think it's done by any means. I'm not saying don't trust Hamilton. I think he's on the up and up. Just be careful. Yeah, averaging up is great, but you know, I'm conservative in my trading. So I'm the type, if I have a chance to get my initial investment out, still have skin in the game, I'm all for it. Either way, I'm going to cheerlead whichever way it goes for you. Oh, nice. So Tiny got that, got the initial investment out, first sell off, and then put all the profits back in, and now we ride. That's what I'm talking about, Tiny. Nikki D, what's up, brother? But I think Nick made an interesting point earlier. It's hard to just assume that shorts are still trapped in a position when we've watched the stock rise 2,000%, since the beginning of the year. I'm not saying everybody covered. But the thing that gets me when you talk about that is, do they have the ability? Like, okay, if they've sold synthetic shares, okay, where they actually sold shares. I don't mean naked shorting in the sense of selling contracts that they don't own the shares. I mean naked shorting in the sense of selling shares, borrowing shares, selling shares, and then having to replace them. How do you create something from nothing? Is this a situation where the shorts are in too deep to where they physically can't cover because the shares just don't exist? Or was a big part of this push from, where do we start? 30 cents? Even if you up it to 60 cents where it started this run? Are we led to believe that 60 cents to $8 is just a natural run up and the shorts are just sitting back going, oh, I can't believe it's still running up. How am I ever going to cover this short position? Yeah. Just don't see that happening. I just don't see that happening. Yeah, I know you have, GTA. I'm a cynic, man. And again, it's not that I don't trust this Hamilton guy or anything like that. I think he is on the level, but if you were short a stock at 30 cents, like how I understand when you short like that, you're holding out for bankruptcy, so you never have to pay those back. But at the same time, if you have a short position in a stock that's trading at 30 cents, why would you not cover right there at a massive profit? And maybe it's greed, and maybe they really can't cover. I don't know. Attaboy, bullfrogging. Attaboy, paper hand and GNS, taking my gains every tick. Yeah. And, I'm not saying either is right or wrong. GTA, I'm not telling you like it's a bad decision. I just feel like with me, with a guy who's right 51% of the time, you got to be wrong 49. So. Well, yeah. And the great thing about it, GTA, about the moon, is you'll soon be able to use your shares for discount on airline tickets, I believe, with your NFT. Stay tuned for more information on that. Did he drop the fifth one? Did we see the fifth one earlier? Oh, here's the fifth one. Okay, so our intention is for the GNS NFT coupon concept to be a mechanism that other companies trying to both fight naked shorts and reward their shareholders can copy. It's not one bullet, but a machine gun that keeps on giving. Was that what this said? That's what you're betting on here, GTA? A machine gun that keeps on giving. Sorry, guys. I'm calling bullshit on this. I wish you luck. Maybe it's a well thought out plan. On the surface, though, it seems like this is more a way of pumping up this upstream exchange and getting people to buy gems with their shares. Sorry, I'm just being honest. I think this is where it gets sketchy. Once shareholders have received their $10 NFT coupons, they can then redeem the tokens for gems, Genius Education Merits, on Genius's group EdTech platform. So it's kind of like it's like we're going to reward you, but now you have to come back and spend that money with us. Like, you can also buy Robux with them. So it operates as a digital credit system similar to Roblox, in which students earn gems, which can then be redeemed for discounts in further courses or products. Shareholders will have 90 days to convert their $10 NFT coupons into gems through a simple login and credit procedure on Genius U. So now you also got to get a credit check to do this too. It's a $10 discount to Singapore education. If you were to try and liquidate that NFT, I bet it won't sell for more than 50 cents. And that's a literal bet. Yeah. The deeper I look into this, the more I'm kind of salty that I got sneakers on and not boots right now. And again, this is just an initial reaction, guys. I'm human too. I can't just put a this looks. I can't just put a garbage spin on this. This plan rewards the investors of Genius Group with valuable credits that can be used towards Genius Group's range. So I get it, but that's I don't know. Think of it what you will, I guess. Well, and what makes these NFT is it just the fact that they're on the blockchain is what makes these coupons NFTs? And then by that, will you be able to reverse that? Okay, if I can purchase gems with these NFTs, can I also use these gems to buy NFTs? Is it a two-way system or is it a one-way system? My thing is, and this is another point, Nick, I'd like your opinion on this. This wasn't a situation where this guy said, maybe there's some, like this guy said, we've got proof that there's shorts out there, right? But how come in none of this 5 out of 5 statements does it say this is going to expose the shorts and they're going to be held accountable? he's already balls deep in it by saying we've got proof. So it's not like, well, he's watching what he's saying. He said they have proof, but then it's like, hey, we're going to keep them on their toes by giving you guys, we're going to give you some Jeffrey bucks that you can come spend at our store, and it's going to keep the shorts on their toes. Like, that doesn't make sense. That doesn't, tell me what I'm missing here. The age-old question, Tennis. The age-old question. I've got the guts to die. What I want to know is, do you have the guts to live? Age-old question. That's up there with what came first, the fire at the chicken factory or the fire at the egg factory? Something that we'll have to ponder. Tennis, thank you again, brother. Cheers, my friend. Much appreciated. That's a good point too, Nick. Maybe he did have proof, as in that proof may be outdated. Good point. And hey, I'm not hating if he's just trying to capitalize in not a greasy way and just raise money for the stock, get the stock going. I respect that. I'm not saying that this is some kind of scam or anything like that, but this just seems like it seems like the episode of Always Sunny when they tried to create a Dave and Buster's type revolving, self-sustaining economy, and it failed miserably. So just be on your toes with these. Be on your toes, that's all. And I know you guys are. That's the beautiful thing, is I know everybody here, if you get into a play like this, you know what you're getting into. And that's key. Because I don't think everybody has that luxury. I don't think everybody sees the whole picture. And I think that's what has to separate us from the rest, is knowing when to pull the plug, knowing when to take those profits. And Tennis said it best when we first met, Tennis, when you're like, don't fight for those crumbs at the top. You know, you're never going to time it to where you buy at the bottom and sell at the very top. And you don't have to be profitable. You don't have to. And I don't know. I don't know, but like what? So it's like, we still haven't established where the money's coming from. Just because I put a value on something, if you can't sell it for that value, it means nothing. You know, if you say it's a $10 NFT, but you physically can't sell it for $10 and there's nothing backing it, that it's only good to give you a $10 coupon, which that's going to add up quick, right? So if you own just 100 shares, you're going to get a $1,000 coupon. You know what we need to find out? Well, let's look. Did they put a marketplace on there? Like, if you were just allowed to issue stuff with imaginary money, why wouldn't every company do it? I don't see them putting up 105 million to back these NFTs. That's where it gets and then okay, so it doesn't even give you, so it's not even like, okay, you've got $1,000 to go spend in this marketplace. It seems like you've got $1,000 in discounts. So if you guys are familiar with, there's the bell, guys. Sorry. What earnings we got? Apple, Amazon, Google, Ford. But what are those? You know, the entertainment books where they advertise. It was in an episode of The Office where it'll be like, here's $25,000 worth of savings, and you pay like $30 for the book, and it's a book with coupons in it, which, yes, if you took full advantage, you would save $25,000. You'd have to spend probably 1.8 million to actually save the 25,000. So I just really don't get it, that this gives you these. You have to take this $10 NFT, convert it into gems, which are credits that give you discounts on courses, products, etc. It nowhere says that you can ever convert this. But the company's full product range will be presented to all investors at the meeting in February and at the time the gems are issued. The gems will have certain conditions in terms of, okay, here we go, more fine print. The gems will have certain condition in terms of maximum amount of credits to be used per purchase and a full prospectus of courses, products, and discounts available will be provided at the next investor meeting in February. So we need to keep a look on this. This is like those, did you guys ever have those people come to your school and you would have to sell magazines and all this stuff to win a bunch of bullshit prizes, but you would do it because you were a kid and you didn't know any better? And it was like, it'd be like, oh, make them $5,000 worth of money and they'll give you this keychain that when you press a button, it says, eat shit, you fucking jerk, eat shit, you know? Qualcomm, the first earnings to come out. Qualcomm beats Amazon, beats on revenue, 149.2 billion. Wow, revenue crushed. Crushed by over 4. Let me see. Let me get that number again. So Amazon and Google both shooting up 3% here in the after hours. Apple up just 0.5%. They don't even have an update on here yet. So Qualcomm missed on revenue, beat on earnings per share. They're up 3%. Amazon now red. Boy. Well. My, how the turntables have turned. And Amazon's sinking like a goddamn stone right now. Google looked like it was heading the same way. So the revenue beat 149.2 billion up against 145.42 billion estimate for Amazon. Earnings per share came in at $1.39. It's wiling out right now. Well, and that's what it's going to be, Tiny. The numbers, like I said, the numbers will matter, I think, for this initial reaction. And we always see this kind of craziness around earnings, especially between when the numbers come out and the actual earnings call is. I'm not sure what time their earnings call. I would think that they would wow, surprisingly, it looks like AWS revenue was down. Alphabet earnings per share misses 105 actual up against the 118 estimate. AWS revenue 21.4 billion against a 21.87 billion estimate. So that would be a little bit concerning for me if I'm an Amazon holder. At Qualcomm, those numbers look good. Vino. What was the news on Vino earlier? 44 million equity line of credit. Company states it now has a funding mechanism for its growth plans in 2023 and beyond. Okay, so ran up 339% during regular hours, now up another 2% in the after hours. So haven't seen Apple numbers yet. I haven't seen Ford numbers either. What's Ford doing? And Google dipping, Google down about 2% now. Amazon down 3.5%. What is that one, Martin? I'm sorry, I missed that. I know the stock that you're talking about. It's brilliant move by that company, by the way, too. And I know I know some of you guys may have actually got hurt by it. I apologize if that happened, but they were able to do that offering at 21 something, Martin. Just a brilliant move for the company. You and I think that was a private offering as well, right? So you're raising money. You were able to sell at $21 on a stock that was trading at $3 the day before. MSGM, that's it. Brilliant move. And, I don't often give Jim Cramer credit. I actually hate to do it. It pierces my soul. But he had recommended Bed Bath & Beyond do the same thing that MSGM did. And Bed Bath & Beyond would have been much better off had they taken that advice. Offerings kind of suck sometimes. It is dilution. But at the same time, when you're able to do an offering up, so bam, right before $3. $3. Okay, we were up at $7 over here. $2. You're able to do an offering at 21. I think it was 21. I know it was over 20. $23.50 they were able to do it at. So we're still above that. We're below the offering price now. They raised almost $4 million in cash. Gotta like it. Now, what that means for the stock, that could mean anything. But as far as if you're a shareholder, especially if you're somebody that's a long-term investor that was maybe in on this, prior to this kind of run-up, you're loving it. You have to love it that they were able to pull that off. And just like that, XELA came back down. Gotta be careful with that XELA. It is they are not what I would call a good company. GTA. Youngest median age of Thursday night football viewer ever as a highlight. Must have been a rough earnings. Yeah, I would say so. And I call bullshit on all of that anyways, because if I'm watching if I'm watching Thursday night football with my son, Nick, who do they assume? What age demographic do they assume is watching it? A 42-year-old guy because it's my account? Like where do they get those? For me, ratings are right up there with polls. Garbage and useless. And I love the way that the media speaks like a poll speaks for all Americans. Oh, 65% Americans favor this. The fuck they do. I didn't get a call, and neither did anyone I know. So do not tell me. How about you say 65% of the 100 people that we asked this question to agreed with it? Always lumping us in. I digress, though. I digress. So Apple red, Amazon down 3%, Google down almost 4%, and this is basically just giving back, not even what they raked up today. Google closed the day up 7.25%, down 3.5% in the after hours. Amazon just about the same thing, and Apple not as big a gains today, but the AWS is concerning. Wow, YouTube revenue down, and that's surprising. 7.96 billion. Look at this, a lady who don't know what to say. She's like, oh yeah, I've been chilling for. Now this guy's gonna come on. Hey, look at my faux hawk. Dork. Break it down to me then, Nick. Let's talk about it. I'm sure that there's some well-structured polls out there that do represent a bigger subset of society, but I don't buy it. First off, I don't buy when there's anything that says this percentage of Americans feel this way. Until someone calls me and asks me how I feel, I'll never buy those polls. Certain ones I understand, but I just don't. I want to see exactly who's being polled before I'm told that a poll means anything. Because I could get whatever results I want out of a poll. You just need to know exactly who to ask. The central limit theorem. Let's see. The central limit theorem states that if you have a population with mean, I don't know what that thing is, upside down H, and standard deviation O with a little circle, and take sufficiently large random samples from the population with replacement, then the distribution of the sample means will be approximately normally distributed. In probability theory, the central limit theorem establishes that in many situations, when independent random variables are summed up, their properly normalized sum tends towards a normal distribution, even if the original variable themselves are not normally distributed. I don't know, Nick. I think normally you can make me see some light on stuff, and I understand the theory behind this, and I'll say I think at some point this was probably correct. I don't think so nowadays, just because people are fucked. Excuse my language. but the way that people think, because I think when that and I'm probably wrong, but I think when that held more weight, again, to go back to what we talked about earlier, I think there was some commonalities that people just agreed on. Men are men, women are women. Guys have or guys can't have babies, women can. Guys can't menstruate. Just simple, basic rules, and I don't think anybody follows any of that stuff now. So I don't know how you could get anything that's accurate in America of the general population, unless you pretty much split it 50-50 on everything and say half the people think this way and half the people think that way, or 40-40 with the 20% in the middle, and say 20% of America is sane and believes what they see and what they hear and doesn't buy into the bullshit. 40% of people blindly follow one senior citizen. 40% of the people blindly follow another senior citizen. That's kind of how I see it. I don't know. I think when it comes to specific things, like where it's like, okay, we polled 100 engineers to ask them what they think the number one risk of AI advancement is, something like that, and 40% of them voted this way. That's a poll I can get on board with. When it's like, well, it says here that 60% of Americans are perfectly okay with drag queens in schools. No, they're not. Until you come and ask me, we're not. Nothing against drag queens. You're an adult drag queen, drag on. Be a queen. Do whatever you want to do. Stay the fuck away from my kids. Sorry if that offends anybody, okay? And strippers, cisgender strippers, male, cis, white, whatever adjectives, people that flaunt sexuality, stay away from kids. It's as simple as that. Or just like Nick, even on a broader scale, if you said, okay, we polled 1,000 Division I athletes, something like that. Perfect. It's just those loosely based ones that it's like, well, it shows here that 23% of Americans agree with the Iraq war. Like, who did you ask? Who? And if they really wanted to get good data, they could. They contact you to see if your car warranties, just like that, see? That's a great point, Nick. That's a very great point. It does heavily depend on the way you ask a question. I can't think of an example off the top of, you see how that is? You see? You just say the word and they come running. I can't think of an example off the top of my head, but you're 100% correct on that. You can almost walk people into the answer that you're looking for. So yes, that's a great point. Great point. But so Nick, I almost want to say that you're proving me right with that, because that's another variable. Now, can that variable be accounted for in Requiem for, or sorry, I don't know why that was on my mind, on central limit theory? Does that play into effect how the question's answered, or is the theory just that by using randomness, eventually all the variables iron themselves out? Is that kind of, am I close on that? That if you take a big enough subset of random people, it flatlines the variables to like a level playing field. Am I somewhat on the right track there? Ford, don't see the numbers yet, down 6%. They just reported. Starbucks as well, down 4%. Starbucks has some interesting stuff going on right now with have you seen these lines where corporate refuses to stop the online ordering and these places are just getting overwhelmed? They're telling customers that it's going to be a 15-20 minute wait, and then you're getting reports from inside Starbucks saying it's a minimum 2 hour wait because they're just, and I see this doing DoorDash. I see restaurants, stores, coffee places that are staffed with the bare minimum to handle walk-in traffic, and then you bombard them with online orders and stuff on top of that, and it doesn't seem like employers account, and it's tough for them to account because space-wise, it's like you don't add, it's not like, well, McDonald's is delivering now, so they had to add a whole wing in the back. Like, no, it's still the same physical setup. They just expect more out of their employees. But wouldn't one lead to the other? If people misrepresented the questions, then ipso facto, wouldn't the answers not be representative of the population as well? Yeah, watch Menace to Society. Perfect example. You bought the beer at 12 8. Yeah. I think it was 12 exactly. Okay. All right. So you bought the beer at 11. After that, what'd you do? Yeah, I bought the beer at 11. Yeah, it was 11. Yeah, no, it was 11. Yeah. I mean, I think that's a different issue. I think it's different than polling, but at the same time, like, yeah, it's manipulative. The typical sample size for a Gallup poll, which is designed to represent the general population of over 187 Americans, is 1,000 national adults. 1,000. Now, two sides of that. And what's up, Mr. Business? Good to see you, brother. Two sides of that. I think with Nick's theory, I think there's a chance, right? Because you can never say that it's impossible. If you just polled 1,000 random people out of 187 million, you have to give a chance that with everything, all things taken in, that there is a chance that that could represent the diverse kind of thoughts on whatever the topic is. But I would think that the higher probability would be that you don't come out with an equal. I don't know, Nick. That's where I don't know, because I do think they could. I think they could get. I think they could get. Well, now I don't know if they can, because how do you ask a question? And again, Nick, I think we got to look at things kind of in today's world or 30 years ago. 30 years ago, where if you were an adult 30 years ago, odds are the number one thing that you thought of with other adults wasn't, well, that guy's a Democrat, well, that guy's a Republican. So I think because we're so separated by things now, it would be tough. But I honestly don't think that they want polls that are accurate, because what's an accurate poll gonna tell you? Do you think that there would ever? Do you think any major news station right now would release a poll? Would honestly ask people, hey, do you think Joe Biden's doing a good job as president? Because you'd have 30% of people saying, well, he's better than Trump. At least he's not Trump. And you would have 70% of the other people saying, no, he's doing a terrible job. They don't want to hear that, though. You look at presidential approval ratings. Who's approving them? Like, if nothing else, shouldn't we all get a vote on that? You come out with this number and say, well, the president has a 36% approval rating. Who? From who? From who? You can send a text message to everyone in America and say, do you approve of the job he's doing? Yes or no? And we can all respond, and they'd have a number. It worked on American Idol. No, I don't think it's just BS, Nick. I think it just comes from a different time. I think it just comes from a different time. Now, not that big cities didn't always kind of lean democratically, and rural areas tended to be more, just geography alone of where you poll somebody. I think it would just be very hard to find a subset of normal people. I think the best chance they have at polling normal people would be to come to Outside the Charts, ask you guys a bunch of questions, and then say, hey, these guys speak for most people. And we're forgetting one other great point too, Nick, is you're depending on the honesty of the person taking the answering the question. So how many people both ways, how many people lied about who they voted for? Whether it was they voted for Trump and they didn't want people to know, or they voted for Biden and they didn't want people to know. So how many white people secretly didn't vote for Obama, but called up their one black friend the next day and said, "Hey, we did it." You know, in the end, you're still relying on humans being honest. Whatever, even if you have the impeccable conditions, Nick, of truly having a random subset of every type of mindset represented, you're still relying on humans to tell the truth. And the older I get, Nick, the more I see that people are just full of shit. Honesty has gone out the window. It sucks. It sucks because that to me is the number one characteristic. I could see past a lot of stuff. We all have downfalls. I can tell you guys a laundry list of mine. I'm far from perfect, far from whatever, but I am honest, and that's tough. That's gonna be interesting, Dr. Whom. Randy, I voted for me because it seemed to be the most rational choice. But that's why you can never discount somebody's the way that they see the world. You can never just tell somebody that they're wrong for seeing the world that way, because again, every single person, and even like I'm up here in New York, I see the world differently than Enzo down in Florida, than anybody. Not that either one of us is right or wrong. And then you throw your personal experiences. How many people out there have almost racist thoughts because of an experience? Whether it's a black guy that was done wrong by a white person somewhere in their own personal experience, a white person that was done wrong by a Hispanic person. Now, because now maybe that person is a little bit more on edge when they see somebody. Maybe that's a person when they drive through a bad neighborhood, they lock their doors, they do something like that. Does it make that person a racist piece of shit? Or does it make a person that subconsciously is reacting to what they've been through? Apple earnings must have came out not good, just dropped 3%. I don't see him. Still says awaiting Apple results. President in 2028? I'll vote for you, Randy. I'll vote for you in 2024. We can get it together. We still got a year and a half. You better strike while the iron's hot, Randy. You got Dip and Shit might be running against each other. If you can't step in and win that, if you can't steal a presidency from Trumpy or Biden, we ain't in the right business then, Randy. Yeah. Well, I think everybody has the capabilities of being one. And I think everybody has the capabilities of being an amazing person, regardless of color, gender, religion, any of that crap. You know, and I've seen it. I'm not saying that that's the right opinion. I'm saying that's my opinion. That's how I've lived life. There's no race of people. There's no color of people that are inherently bad or inherently less. Right? I've seen white assholes. I've seen black assholes. I've seen all of them. I've seen black people that are the most amazing people you could ever think of. Seen white people that are the same way. I've seen Hispanics that are the same way. Seen Asians that are the same way. None of that shit matters. That doesn't define. It may define who you are culturally, and it should. We should never ask people to give up their culture. You know, that's why it pisses me off when people, I'm colorblind, I don't see anything. Well, then you're just an idiot. Okay? Because if you can convince yourself in your head that the black guy over there isn't really black, God bless you. But that doesn't change that they're black. And they shouldn't have to abandon their culture. And white people shouldn't be villainized just for being white. And white is such a blanket statement, you know. I'm sure you can put me next to 5 other white guys, you wouldn't know the difference. We all look the same. But if you looked at our history, we could be coming from 5 different corners of the world. Who knows? I wouldn't be surprised with that, Randy. I think that's probably exactly what Klaus Schwab wants to see. I'm not sold on either of them, but I'm not sold on anyone except for you guys. Nunya saying my business has a code of values. One of the pillars is acknowledging everyone is right from their own perspective and asking clarifying questions if we disagree or do not understand. Perspective. Agree. 100%. And those are the kind of conversations that have to happen. They have to happen. You have to not be so quick to just tell somebody they're wrong because you think differently. Take the time to talk to them and see why they think that way. And I think you'd be surprised that most conversations end with both parties realizing, well, hey, I wasn't right. He wasn't right. The truth of the matter is somewhere in the middle. Nick, it sounds to me like Kendrick Lamar stole that from the one chick. I'm a bitch, I'm a lover, I'm a fighter, I'm a mother, I'm a sinner, I'm a saint. Da 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 da. Let me find out Kendrick Lamar ripping off that lady that I can't think of her name. I like that though. I do. I like the last statement there. I'm saying that I'm human. I do like that. Because that's the truth. And it's just funny to me, Nick. What's really funny to me is you hear the term human race. Think about that. Shouldn't that be the ultimate race? Shouldn't that put racism and everything to bed and just accepting that all races did fucked up shit in the past. We all enslaved each other. We all pillaged. We all murdered. And we continue to do it. Just on different levels. Yeah, I don't trust either one of them, Randy. I really don't. DeSantis, he says the stuff that people want to hear. Tulsi the same way. Tulsi, I think if she was to be questioned about her WEF ties, I'd like to hear her answer to that. I do think Tulsi got a bum rap in the Republican primaries. Very interesting too. What was I just watching? Someone used a great example of media censorship and how narratives can be changed. And and I haven't tested this, so this is just the talk. But according to this theory, it was like he was like, go back and go look at the Kamala Harris campaign for president. And in mainstream media, when you go back and look at it, nowhere it says that the campaign failed for this reason and that reason and blah 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 blah. Doesn't mention that Tulsi Gabbard obliterated her, and I think it was the second debate. Obliterated her, took all chance of her ever winning anything off of there, and Tulsi got throttled on Google. Tulsi actually won, or it might still be going on. I'm pretty sure she won the lawsuit against Google on suppressing her after that debate. See, I agree with Randy there. Race is a social construct. Only race is human race. I like that. I see what you're saying, Dr. Whom, but I would argue like when it comes to canine, when it comes to fish, I think the differences are far more between different species of fish, different breeds of dogs. You know what I mean? There's no so in that example, when you're talking about that, a Rottweiler is always going to be dominant over a Chihuahua, right? But there's nothing physically that this color person will always dominate this color person because they're 10 times their size and outweigh them by 150 pounds. You know what I mean? It was good. I liked I don't know, that was one of my favorites, Nick. I like when I like the one with Trumpy and Jeb Bush when they booed Trump and he was like, you guys are, you're just full of your donors, Hey, boo if you want. That's why they're booing. Because you know what? They wanted to give me their money and I didn't. I don't need it. Yeah, no, I'm saying people, you know, as much as I love animals and maybe evolution happened and all that stuff, I think there's still a dramatic difference between humans and any animal out there. You know who had some good ones? Oh, he only made it to the first one. What's the rich guy, Nick, that tried to run? His name sounds like Bertie Madoff. It's not. It ain't Madoff. Who's the? Hell no, they're not all created equally. I don't think they're all created equally. I mean, I guess maybe in today's age, but again, I'll use the Chihuahua and Rottweiler example. Both dogs. Do you think that if yes, Bloomberg? Do you think if they weren't taken, just put them in a wild setting without humans, does a Chihuahua stand the same chance of survival as a Rottweiler? Real G's moving silence like lasagna. I agree with Real G's moving silence. I'm trying to figure out the lasagna part. I'm not seeing the correlation, Hallway. Now, I know rappers like to throw Italian eateries into their songs. Nas famously talk about the fettuccine Capone. So you take a type of pasta and a famous gangster and put it together, and you got magic. So I'm not sure what the lasagna means, but hey. I don't know. Can they? Is that an old wise tale? What is that? A liger? It's probably like my favorite animal ever. Oh, the silent G in lasagna. Ah, okay. Clever, Mr. Wayne. And that is why Trump gave him the pardon, right? I guess. It is, but I don't think that there's like two different species of humans. Is there? I think we're all just humans, right? I'm not sure here. The boy's having way too much fun downstairs. So Apple down 4%, Amazon down 5%, Google down 4%, Ford down almost 6%. Did Qualcomm? Can we get one bright spot? Yes, that SPY is going to go bye-bye to the downside tomorrow. NASDAQ, that'll probably pull back even more. But again, still only, so Apple's giving back all the gains today. Amazon and Google giving back more than half of what they gained earlier. And look at that. Qualcomm had good earnings. They let them run up, and then they were like, yeah, well, Qualcomm, if Apple ain't doing good, you ain't doing good. Get down here. Now down over 1% in the aftermarket. What does that make? A Dorca? Dolphins and Orcas? Dr. Whom, don't start throwing ideas out there, because next thing you know, we're gonna this is like the first conversation of like 7 conversations that lead to man bear pig. We don't want that. We don't need any interspecies erotica, fucko. I mean, I think it's been proven that there are different traits that affect different. I don't know what to call because if we weren't talking about humans, Doctor Whom, I guess you would say that you would say different breeds of people. I'm not talking about people like they're animals by any means. What I'm saying is like, Italian people have certain characteristics about themselves, things like that. I could see that. I could, Bigfoot is strange to me. It's very strange. I like the theory that the pictures aren't blurry. Bigfoot's just blurry in real life. Well, and that's to say, and maybe we're both right here, Doctor Whom, or maybe they did exist in the past. Who knows? And we're basically on the cusp of having human cyborgs at this point. What will it take before you can consider somebody like a cyborg? And maybe for any of you guys that are a little bit older, if you remember, I don't remember when this started, but just thinking of like pacemakers, things like that. When pacemakers were invented, and maybe they were invented a long ass time ago. I don't know. I'm just thinking maybe, like, was there Was there pushback on that? Did people see that as almost a cyborg type situation? Oh yeah, didn't happen. That kind of just went away. Did COVID happen right after when they were planning the Area 51 stuff? I remember that being a big thing. I think that was right after the Blink 182 dude got everybody all riled up talking about aliens. Yeah, Zuckerberg may not be. He may not be human. I seen him. I think it was on Lex Friedman, Nunya. I think that was it, or maybe it was Rogan. One of those two. I seen him have a human-like interaction one time, and in one podcast. Other than that, who knows? Non-refundable. What's up, brother? Yeah, we're just kicking it. We were I wanted to stay around to check out the earnings. We got most of the big ones in. Nobody really no real good earnings, but at the same time nothing terrible that so Apple closed the day up 3.7%, gave it back. Amazon up 7%, gave 4.5 back. Google up 7.25, gave 4 back. So not great earnings, but not devastating. Not devastating. We're not seeing the losses that we've seen the gains. You look at Meta, 25% gains off of those earnings. We're not seeing the drops that would be, kind of inverse of the gains. Idiotian. Yeah, I used to speak that. Great point, Dr. Whom. That's what I'm trying to say is like, and that's why I asked if pacemakers, if people seen that as like a, and I wonder if religious people had a problem with it. No offense to any religions out there. My only beef with religious people, I have no qualms with anybody that finds religion, but when a religious person says that nobody should be allowed to do this because I think it's bad, that I don't agree with. It should be along with them. But I'm just saying, did any religious people or will they have problems with like Neuralink and things like that? At what point are you playing God? At what point, like Dr. Whom said, at what point are you not a human but more of a man bear pig? Okay, let me think about this one, Nick. What if hypothetically any society advanced enough has to go through a cyborg revolution before they can get to the next level of civilization or existence? Then robots would be natural? I'm gonna have to think about that one. I'm gonna have to think about that. That's deep, Nick. That's deep. I missed the 420 because we were talking about earnings, so I'm gonna have to. I'll have to wait till the clock strikes 420 again and then ponder that a little bit. It could be. I'll end the day on this. It's getting late. I gotta get the boy dinner. I'll end the day on this with one question for you guys. Do you think, and it's just a quick yes or no, do you guys think that society has got, so let's just look at the level that we're at now technological, and I don't mean the exact same. I'm not saying did it happen where people got to having YouTube and then it got destroyed, but do you think that that society has achieved what would be equal to where we are before either destroying itself, being destroyed by a natural event, something like that? Do you think we've reached these levels before and we're in a constant cycle, like the show Lost, when they say it always ends the same? They come, they pillage, they fight, they conquer, they corrupt, and in the end it always ends the same. There we go. I'm gonna get the song from Revenge of the Nerds for when the sex bots come in. The song that they played at the party with the moos. Are you ready for the sex girls? The real fine, super fine, the real sex girls. Are you ready for the best girls? You think that's D grade, Tiny? Could be. Could be. Hey, I'd like an answer before you go, Randy. Have we achieved history of the universe? Have humans or another species achieved where we're at now technologically? Okay, if we collapse like Egypt, what would be our version of the pyramids? What would our version of the pyramids be like? Like what if Vegas just survived and people seen like some of those casinos that look like Egypt and shit, and then years down the line they discover that and they're like, wow, like maybe that's all Egypt was. Maybe that was the casino district. We don't know. Damn, Nikki is having fun down there. Yeah, I'm gonna be getting a call from the Omega Moves, I think. Bunkers. I don't know. I think fear of the end of the world would be enough to cause the end of the world. 40,000 years ago. Is that the same year that those two senior citizens rounded up two of every animal and put them on a boat for a couple hundred years or something? Could be. Could be. I'm very interested in like ancient technology. The pyramids are something that blows my mind. I love just I kind of like the far out theories of how they were able to build those, because I don't like to think about what really happened. What really probably how they built those was a thing called mass slavery. That's how I think the pyramids were probably built. But I like to think of it in some kind of more spiritual way where, you know. Okay, so Dr. Whom, you're saying that you don't think that we as a society where we're at now have achieved anything close to what humans have in the past, and that we will that and you don't think we will this time. Fair. Fair. Mm. Built with sound waves. I like that idea. I've gone down that rabbit hole. The Giants too. Whether you believe it or not, I think there probably were giants at some time. But what's interesting is, I know I joke about Noah's Ark with the senior citizens, but in all reality, like that would make sense. Part of it if they stored DNA. If the world was about to get wiped out by a natural event, whatever, by flooding, whatever the case may be, and you're able to, because that made no sense to me as a kid. Like, okay, Some senior citizens build a boat. Then they get 2 of every animal. Now, if you ever put a cat and a dog together, you know it's not the easiest thing. So to put 2 of every kind of animal together on a boat and have them coexist, it never made sense to me. But if those 2 animals weren't animals at all, but just DNA samples, now you're cooking with grease. Yeah, I've seen some crazy stuff with sound. How about that other video? Nan, I'm sure you've probably seen it because we think a lot alike. With that dude, he managed to move like giant boulders and stuff with some simple technology that's like I'm butchering it. When I find the video, Nan, I'll go back through my history. I'll send it to you because it's a good one. Doctor Whom, I actually read the updated version, Adam and Steve. It's got a way better fashion sense to it. So what do you think the Adam and Eve story, do you think the Adam and Eve story represents something bigger? Something literal? Or do you think it's just kind of I don't know. What's your take on it? I mean, I learned about Adam and Eve in school. I went to Catholic school. They ate an apple that they shouldn't have, and here we are. Which it's kind of tricky when it's like, well, if they wouldn't have ate this apple, you guys would be living in paradise. But because this dude fucked up a whole long time ago, you guys are all fucked now. Like, that's kind of what I got out of it. It's like a tease. It's like, hey, kids, you guys want to live in paradise? You want to hear about paradise? Well, there was this place called Paradise, and God put Adam and Eve down there. And all they were told one rule: don't eat the apple. That's all. Everything else is given to you. It's paradise. But they ate the apple, and because of that, you 2,000 years later were born with a mark on you that says you're bad because that trifling biatch Eve decided to eat the apple. That the snake manipulator. Oh, the book, The Adam and Eve Story. Okay. I guess they could have. But my sandcastles, and I got a video of Nikki almost crying with our sandcastle getting wiped out at the beach. What did they like preserve it with? I don't think anything's off the table, Nunya. That's like I love subjects like that where odds are we're not going to get the answer, but I love to pontificate because it's not a I'm right, you're wrong type conversation. It's like, well, how could this have happened? And I don't rule anything out, you know. That's the way that I was taught, Adam and Eve. I could very well be misinterpreting it, but that's the way that St. Joe's Elementary School taught it to me. Break it down for me, though, Dr. Whom. Let me know the difference. They committed sin, so we're born with original sin. And you get a guy, you know. I'd like to know the difference if I'm wrong. Again, I'm telling you how I was taught. And this wasn't like, it was a Catholic education. And the story of Adam and Eve was, to me, 1,000% fear-based. It was 1,000%. Here's what you guys could have had, but because they messed up, now you got to suffer through hell on earth. Oh, okay. I got you. Well, and I'm sure it's probably not all of Christianity either. Again, I can only speak from my personal experience and how it was presented to me. Now, and just like how we talked about the way that you phrase a question can be misleading, I was just being misleading like that because there are good parts to that story. There are good lessons in it, even without that. It's all about how you take it, right? We're all probably guilty of it at some point, having the urge to do something more because we were told not to do it. Something that maybe you would have never even thought to do until you were told not to, which is kind of, part of what I got out of that too. Who was the first one? Well, I thought they just tossed him a rib. I thought they took a rib out the same way Marilyn Manson did not. That was just a rumor. Marilyn Manson did not get a rib removed so he could perform fellatio on himself. That's a vicious rumor. He's also not Paul Pfeiffer from the Wonder Years. And so who was Lilith? Lilith was Now I'm just all kinds of confused. You guys are going to have me having weird dreams tonight now. Anywho, it has been a fun day, guys. Glad to be back. Missed you guys. Wow. That is pretty unbelievable right there. Apple first earnings miss since 2016. Biggest year-over-year quarterly revenue drop also since 2016. So that's big for Apple. Ah, okay. So Lilith was the first woman. Maybe Lilith was the snake after all, and not the devil. Who knows? Missed you too, Nick. Missed you too. And thank you guys who were in the Discord during the day yesterday. I know my phone was probably a pain in the ass, and we were just trying to make the best of it, but appreciate you guys being there. Lilith, the mother of demons. The master of disaster. Grandma, what was it like? I'll start singing some Mark of the Beast up in here. On that note, Tiny, I'm not even going to repeat that. If we haven't got in trouble by YouTube now, I'm sure that would be the one that goes right over the top. So I am just going to say, love you guys. It is 5:04. We did some overtime today. Felt great to be back. And let's wrap up the week strong tomorrow, guys. We'll dive more into these earnings in the morning. See the effect we get, non-farm payrolls, unemployment rate numbers. So should be a fantastic, fascinating, freaky Friday tomorrow. Appreciate you guys, and always love this. Always love conversations like this that could be lighthearted and eye-opening, and appreciate everybody just being so respectful. Where else in the world could you have people together talking? Look at what we did the last hour. We talked politics, religion, clones, all kinds of stuff that in 95 to 99% of groupings, you're either going to get an echo chamber of everybody just, yeah, that's right, or you're going to get just blatant disrespect, and you guys always make it to where it's not that way. And I'll tell you what, guys, when we start getting bigger, and I say we, I don't mean me and Enzo, or I mean we as a community. uh we can make some change, and whether it's just getting people to question things around them and talk to people. Don't be afraid to ask questions. If you think you don't understand why somebody thinks the way they do, ask them. And that goes for me. If I'm spouting nonsense here, because I do that sometimes, I'm human. I probably do it a lot of times. But don't ever feel like you have to sit there and take it or agree with me. Because often, if you're not called out on your beliefs and stuff like that, you don't, until you're called out on them and you have to defend them in a respectful way. Then sometimes you realize, like, well, why did I really think that way? Like, my argument really wasn't valid. So keep it up, guys, with the Randy's just trying to lure him back out one more time. That's all. So we'll see if we get copyright striked for the Sex Girl song. We'll just reach out to him and see if we can't. I can't imagine that song's tearing up the charts anywhere. So maybe we can get our own copyright on it. All right, guys. Much love, and everyone have a fantastic night. And we will see you guys in the morning.